Radio presents The Heir by Kiera Cass. Performed by Brittany Presley. To Jim and Jenny Cass, for lots of reasons, but mostly for making Calloway. Chapter 1. I could not hold my breath for 7 minutes. I couldn't even make it to 1. I once tried to run a mile in 7 minutes, after hearing some athletes could do it in 4, but failed spectacularly when a side stitch crippled me about halfway in. However, there was one thing I managed to do in 7 minutes that most would say is quite impressive. I became queen. By 7 tiny minutes, I beat my brother Aaron into the world, so the throne that ought to have been his was mine. Had I been born a generation earlier, it wouldn't have mattered. Aaron was the male, so Aaron would have been the heir. Alas, Mom and Dad couldn't stand to watch their firstborn be stripped of a title by an unfortunate but rather lovely set of breasts. So they changed the law, and the people rejoiced, and I was trained day by day to become the next ruler of Ilia. What they didn't understand was that their attempts to make my life fair seemed rather unfair to me. I tried not to complain. After all, I knew how fortunate I was. But there were days, or sometimes months, when it felt like far too much was piled on me. Too much for any one person, really. I flipped through the newspaper and saw that there had been yet another riot, this time in Zuni. 20 years ago, Dad's first act as king was to dissolve the castes, and the old system had been phased out slowly over my lifetime. I still thought it was completely bizarre that once upon a time people lived with these limiting but arbitrary labels on their backs. Mom was a 5, Dad was a 1. It made no sense, especially since there was no outward sign of the divisions. How was I supposed to know if I was walking next to a 6 or a 3? And why did that even matter? When Dad had first decreed that the castes were no more, people all over the country had been delighted. Dad had expected the changes he was making in Ilia to be comfortably in place over the course of a generation, meaning any day now everything should click. That wasn't happening, and this new riot was just the most recent in a string of unrest. "Coffee, Your Highness," Nina said, setting the drink on my table. "Thank you. You can take the plates." I scanned the article. This time a restaurant was burned to the ground because its owner refused to promote a waiter to a position as a chef. The waiter claimed that a promotion had been promised but was never delivered, and he was sure it was because of his family's past. Looking at the charred remains of the building, I honestly didn't know whose side I was on. The owner had the right to promote or fire anyone he wanted, and the waiter had the right not to be seen as something that technically didn't exist anymore. I pushed the paper away and picked up my drink. Dad was going to be upset. I was sure he was already running the scenario over and over in his head, trying to figure out how to set it right. The problem was, even if we could fix one issue, we couldn't stop every instance of post-caste discrimination. It was too hard to monitor and happening far too often. I set down my coffee and headed to my closet. It was time to start the day. "Nina," I called. "Do you know where that plum-colored dress is? The one with the sash?" She squinted in concentration as she came over to help. In the grand scheme of things, Nina was new to the palace. She'd only been working with me for 6 months, after my last maid fell ill for 2 weeks. Nina was acutely attuned to my needs and much more agreeable to be around, so I kept her on. I also admired her eye for fashion. Nina stared into the massive space. "Maybe we should reorganize." "You can if you have the time. That's not a project I'm interested in." "Not when I can hunt down your clothes for you," she teased. "Exactly," She took my humor in stride, laughing as she quickly sorted through gowns and pants. "I like your hair today," I commented. "Thank you." All the maids wore caps, but Nina was still creative with her hairdos. Sometimes a few thick, black curls would frame her face, and other times she twisted back strands until they were all tucked away. At the moment, there were wide braids encircling her head, with the rest of her hair under her cap. I really enjoyed that she found ways to work with her uniform, to make it her own each day. "Ah, it's back here." Nina pulled down the knee-length dress, fanning it out across the dark skin of her arm. "Perfect. And do you know where my gray blazer is? The one with the 3/4 sleeves?" She stared at me, her face deadpan. "I'm definitely rearranging." I giggled. "You search, I'll dress." I pulled on my outfit and brushed out my hair, preparing for another day as the future face of the monarchy. The outfit was feminine enough to soften me, but strong enough that I'd be taken seriously. It was a fine line to walk, but I did it every day. Staring into the mirror, I talked to my reflection. "You are Edelyn Shreve. You are the next person in line to run this country, and you will be the first girl to do it on your own. No one," I said, "is as powerful as you." Dad was already in his office, brow furrowed as he took in the news. Other than my eyes, I didn't look much like him, or Mom for that matter. With my dark hair, oval-shaped face, and a hint of a tan that lingered year-round, I looked more like my grandmother than anyone else. A painting of her on her coronation day hung in the 4th-floor hallway, and I used to study it when I was younger, trying to guess at how I would look as I grew. Her age in the portrait was near to mine now, and though we weren't identical, I sometimes felt like her echo. I walked across the room and kissed Dad's cheek. "Morning."
"Morning. Did you see the papers?"
he asked. "Yes. At least no one died this time."
"Thank goodness for that."
Those were the worst. The ones where people were left dead in the street or went missing. It was terrible. Reading the names of young men who'd been beaten simply for moving their families into a nicer neighborhood, or women who were attacked for trying to get a job that in the past would not have been open to them. Sometimes, it took no time at all to find the motive and the person behind these crimes, but more often than not, we were faced with a lot of finger-pointing and no real answers. It was exhausting for me to watch, and I knew it was worse for Dad.
"I don't understand it."
He took off his reading glasses and rubbed his eyes.
"They didn't want the casts anymore. We took our time, eliminated them slowly so everyone could adjust. Now they're burning down buildings."
"Is there a way to regulate this? Could we create a board to oversee grievances?" I looked at the photo again. In the corner, the young son of the restaurant owner wept over losing everything. In my heart, I knew complaints would come in faster than anyone could address them. But I also knew Dad couldn't bear doing nothing. Dad looked at me.
"Is that what you would do?"
I smiled. "No, I'd ask my father what he would do." He sighed.
"That won't always be an option for you, Edelyn. You need to be strong, decisive. How would you fix this one particular incident?"
I considered. "I don't think we can. There's no way to prove the old casts were why the waiter was denied the promotion. The only thing we can do is launch an investigation into who set the fire. That family lost their livelihood today, and someone needs to be held responsible. Arson is not how you exact justice." He shook his head at the paper.
"I think you're right. I'd like to be able to help them. But more than that, we need to figure out how to prevent this from happening again. It's become rampant, Edelyn, and it's frightening."
Dad tossed the paper into the trash, then stood and walked to the window. I could read the stress in his posture. Sometimes his role brought him so much joy, like visiting the schools he'd worked tirelessly to improve, or seeing communities flourish in the war-free era he'd ushered in. But those instances were becoming few and far between. Most days he was anxious about the state of the country, and he had to fake his smiles when reporters came by, hoping that his sense of calm would somehow spread to everyone else. Mom helped shoulder the burden, but at the end of the day, the fate of the country was placed squarely on his back. One day, it would be on mine. Vain as it was, I worried I would go gray prematurely.
Make a note for me, Edelin. Remind me to write Governor Harpin and Zuni. Oh, and put to write it to Joshua Harpin, not his father. I keep forgetting he was the one who ran in the last election.
I wrote his instructions in my elegant cursive, thinking how pleased Dad would be when he looked at it later. He used to give me the worst time over my penmanship. I was grinning to myself when I looked back at him, but my face fell almost immediately when I saw him rubbing his forehead, trying so desperately to think of a solution to these problems. Dad? He turned and instinctively squared his shoulders, like he needed to act strong even in front of me. Why do you think this is happening? It wasn't always like this. He raised his eyebrows.
It certainly wasn't,
he said, almost to himself.
At first, everyone seemed pleased. Every time we removed a new cast, people held parties. It's only been in the last few years, since all the labels have officially been erased, that it's gone downhill.
He stared back out the window.
The only thing I can think of is that those who grew up with the casts are aware of how much better this is. Comparatively, it's easier to marry or work. A family's finances aren't capped by a single profession. There are more choices when it comes to education. But those who are growing up without the casts and are still running into opposition, I guess they don't know what else to do.
He looked at me and shrugged.
I need time,
he muttered.
I need a way to put things on pause, set them right, and press play again.
I noted the deep furrow in his brow. Dad, I don't think that's possible. He chuckled.
We've done it before. I can remember.
The focus in his eyes changed. He watched me for a moment, seeming to ask me a question without words. Dad?
Yes.
Are you all right? He blinked a few times.
Yes, dear, quite all right. Why don't you get to work on those budget cuts? We can go over your ideas this afternoon. I need to speak with your mother.
Sure. Math wasn't a skill that came to me naturally, so I had to work twice as long on any proposals for budget cuts or financial plans. But I absolutely refused to have one of Dad's advisors come behind me with a calculator to clean up my mess. Even if I had to stay up all night, I always made sure my work was accurate. Of course, Aaron was naturally good at math, but he was never forced to sit through meetings about budgets or rezoning or health care. He got off scot-free by 7 stupid minutes. Dad patted me on the shoulder before dashing out of the room. It took me longer than usual to focus on the numbers. I couldn't help but be distracted by the look on his face and the unmistakable certainty that it was tied to me. Chapter 2. After working on the budget report for a few hours, I decided I needed a break and retreated to my room to get a hand massage from Nina. I loved those little bits of luxury in my day. Dresses made to my exact measurements, exotic desserts flown in simply because it was Thursday, and an endless supply of beautiful things were all perks, and they were easily my favorite parts of the job. My room overlooked the gardens. As the day shifted, the light changed to a warm honey color, brightening the high walls. I focused on the heat and Nina's deliberate fingers. Anyway, his face got all funny. It was kind of like he disappeared for a minute. I was trying to explain Dad's out-of-character departure this morning, but it was hard to get it across. I didn't even know if he found Mom or not, as he never came back to the office. Do you think he's sick? He does seem tired these days. Nina's hands worked her magic as she spoke. Does he? I asked, thinking that Dad didn't seem tired exactly. He's probably just stressed. How could he not be with all the decisions he has to make? And someday, that will be you, she commented, her tone a mix of genuine worry and playful amusement. Which means you will be giving me twice as many massages. I don't know, she said. I think in a few years I might like to try something new. I scrunched my face. What else would you do? There aren't many positions better than working in the palace. There was a knock on the door, and she didn't have a chance to answer the question. I stood, throwing my blazer back on to look presentable, and gave a nod to Nina to let my guests in. Mom came around the door smiling, with Dad contentedly trailing her steps. I couldn't help but notice it was always this way. At state events or important dinners, Mom was beside Dad or situated right behind him. But when they were just husband and wife, not king and queen, he followed her everywhere. Hi, Mom. I walked over to hug her. Mom tucked my hair behind my ear, smiling at me. I like this look. I stood back proudly and smoothed out my dress with my hands. The bracelets really set it off, don't you think? She giggled. Excellent attention to detail. Every once in a while, Mom let me pick out jewelry or shoes for her, but it was rare. Mom didn't find it as much fun as I did, and she didn't rely on the extras for beauty. In her case, she really didn't need it. I liked that she was classic. Mom turned and touched Nina's shoulder. You're excused, she said quietly. Nina instantly curtsied and left us alone. Is something wrong? I asked. No, sweetheart. We simply want to speak in private. Dad held out a hand and ushered us all to the table. We have an opportunity to talk to you about. Opportunity? Are we traveling? I adored traveling. Please tell me we are finally going on a beach trip. Could it just be the 6 of us? Not exactly. We wouldn't be going somewhere so much as having visitors. Mom explained. Oh, company? Who's coming? They exchanged glances. Then Mom continued talking. You know that things are precarious right now. The people are restless and unhappy, and we cannot figure out how to ease the tension. I sighed. I know. We're seeking a way to boost morale, Dad added. I perked up. Morale boosting typically involved a celebration, and I was always up for a party. What did you have in mind? I started designing a new dress in my head and dismissed it almost as quickly. That wasn't what needed my attention at the moment. Well, Dad started. The public responds best to something positive with our family. When your mother and I were married, it was one of the best seasons in our country. And do you remember how people threw parties in the street when they found out Austin was coming? I smiled. I was 8 when Austin was born, and I'd never forget how excited everyone got just over the announcement. I heard music playing from my bedroom practically until dawn. That was marvelous. It was. And now the people look to you. It won't be long before you're queen. Dad paused. We thought that perhaps you'd be willing to do something publicly, something that would be exciting for the people, but also might be very beneficial to you. I narrowed my eyes, not sure where this was going. I'm listening. Mom cleared her throat. You know that in the past, princesses were married off to princes from other countries to solidify our international relations. I did hear you use the past tense there, correct? She laughed, but I wasn't amused. Yes. Good, because Prince Nathaniel looks like a zombie, Prince Hector dances like a zombie, and if the prince from the German Federation doesn't learn to embrace personal hygiene by the Christmas party, he shouldn't be invited. Mom rubbed the side of her head in frustration. Edelyn,
You've always been so picky.
Dad shrugged.
Maybe that's not a bad thing,
he said, earning a glare from Mom. I frowned. What in the world are you talking about?
You know how your mother and I met?
Dad began. I rolled my eyes. Everyone does. You two are practically a fairy tale. At those words, their eyes went soft and smiles washed over their faces. Their bodies seemed to tilt slightly toward each other, and Dad bit his lip looking at Mom. Excuse me, firstborn in the room, do you mind? Mom blushed as Dad cleared his throat and continued.
The selection process was very successful for us, and though my parents had their problems, it worked well for them too. So, we were hoping.
He hesitated and met my eyes. I was slow to pick up on their hints. I knew what the selection was, but never, not even once, had it been suggested as an option for any of us, let alone me. No. Mom put up her hands, cautioning me. Just listen. A selection? I burst out. That's insane. Edelyn, you're being irrational. I glared at her. You promised. You promised. You'd never force me into marrying someone for an alliance. How is this any better? Hear us out, she urged. No, I shouted. I won't do it. Calm down, love. Don't talk to me like that. I'm not a child. Mom sighed. You're certainly acting like one. You're ruining my life. I ran my fingers through my hair and took several deep breaths, hoping it would help me think. This couldn't happen. Not to me.
It's a huge opportunity,
Dad insisted. You're trying to shackle me to a stranger. I told you she'd be stubborn, Mom muttered to Dad.
Wonder where she gets that from.
He shot back with a smile. Don't talk about me like I'm not in the room.
I'm sorry,
Dad said.
We just need you to consider this.
What about Aaron? Can't he do it?
Aaron isn't going to be the future king. Besides, he has Camille.
Princess Camille was the heir to the French throne, and a few years ago she'd managed to bat her lashes all the way into Aaron's heart. Then make them get married, I pleaded.
Camille will be queen when her time comes, and she, like you, will have to ask her partner to marry her. If it was Aaron's choice, we'd consider it, but it's not.
What about Caden? Can't you have him do it? Mom laughed humorlessly. He's 14. We don't have that kind of time. The people need something to be excited about now. She narrowed her eyes at me.
And honestly, isn't it time you look for someone to rule beside you?
Dad nodded.
It's true. It's not a role that should be shouldered alone.
But I don't want to get married, I pleaded. Please, don't make me do this. I'm only 18. Which is how old I was when I married your father, Mom stated. I'm not ready, I urged. I don't want a husband. Please, don't do this to me. Mom reached across the table and put her hand on mine. No one would be doing anything to you. You would be doing something for your people. You'd be giving them a gift. You mean faking a smile when I'd rather cry? She gave me a fleeting frown. That has always been part of our job. I stared at her, silently demanding a better answer.
Edelyn, why don't you take some time to think this over?
Dad said calmly.
I know this is a big thing we're asking of you.
Does that mean I have a choice? Dad inhaled deeply, considering.
Well, love, you'll really have 35 choices.
I leaped up from my chair, pointing toward the door. Get out, I demanded. Get out! Without another word, they left my room. Didn't they know who I was? What they'd trained me for? I was Edelyn Shreve. No one was more powerful than me. So if they thought I was going down without a fight, they were sadly mistaken. Chapter 3. I decided to take dinner in my room. I didn't feel like seeing my family at the moment. I was irate with all of them. At my parents for being happy. At Aaron for not picking up the pace 18 years ago. At Caden and Austin for being so young. Nina circled me, filling my cup as she spoke. "Do you think you'll go through with it, miss?" she asked. "I'm still trying to figure a way out." "What if you said you were already in love with somebody?" I shook my head as I poked at my food. I insulted my 3 most likely candidates right in front of them. She set a small plate of chocolates in the middle of the table, guessing correctly that I'd probably want those more than the caviar-garnished salmon. "Perhaps a guard, then. Happens to the maids often enough," she suggested with a giggle. I scoffed. That's fine for them, but I'm not that desperate. Her laughter faded. I saw immediately that I had offended her, but that was the truth. I couldn't settle for any old person, let alone a guard. Even considering it was a waste of time, I needed a way out of this whole situation. I don't mean it like that, Nina. It's just that people expect certain things from me. Of course. I'm done. You can go for the night. I'll leave the cart in the hallway. She nodded and left without another word. I grazed on the chocolates before completely giving up on the food and slipped into my nightgown. I couldn't reason with Mom and Dad right now, and Nina didn't understand. I needed to talk to the only person who might see my side, the person who sometimes felt like he was half of me. I needed Aaron. "Are you busy?" I asked, cracking open his door. Aaron was sitting at his desk, writing. His blonde hair was end-of-the-day messy, but his eyes were far from tired, and he looked so much like the pictures of Dad when he was younger it was eerie. He was still dressed from dinner, but had taken off his coat and tie, settling in for the evening.
"Knock, for goodness sake."
I know, but it's an emergency."
"Then get a guard,"
he snapped back, returning to his papers.
"That's already been suggested," I muttered to myself.
"I'm serious, Aaron. I need your help." Aaron peeked over his shoulder at me, and I could see he was already planning to give in. He used his foot to push out the seat next to him casually.
"Step into my office."
Sitting, I sighed. "What are you writing?" He quickly piled papers on top of the one he'd been working on.
"A letter to Camille."
"You know, you could simply phone her." He grinned.
"Oh, I will. But then I'll send her this, too."
"That makes no sense. What could you possibly have to talk about that would fill an entire phone call and a letter?" He tilted his head.
"For your information, they serve different purposes. The calls are for updates and to see how her day went. The letters are for the things I can't always say out loud."
"Oh, really?" I leaned over, reaching for the paper. Before I could even get close, Aaron's hand gripped my wrist.
"I will murder you," he vowed.
"Good," I shot. "Then you can be the heir, and you can go through a selection and kiss your precious Camille goodbye." He scrunched his forehead.
"What?"
I slumped back into my chair. "Mom and Dad need to boost morale. They've decided that, for the sake of Ilya," I said in mock patriotism, "I need to go through a selection." I was expecting abject horror, perhaps a sympathetic hand on my shoulder, but Aaron threw back his head and laughed. "Aaron!" He continued to howl, pitching himself forward and hitting his knee. "You're going to wrinkle your suit," I warned, which only made him laugh harder. "For goodness sake, stop it! What am I supposed to do?"
"As if I know. I can't believe they think this would even work,"
he added, his smile still not fading. "What's that supposed to mean?" He shrugged.
"I don't know. I guess I thought, if you ever did get married, it'd be down the line. I think everyone assumed that."
"And what is that supposed to mean?" The warm touch I'd been hoping for finally came as he reached for my hand.
"Come on, Edie. You've always been independent. It's the queen in you. You like to be in charge, do things on your own. I didn't think you'd partner up with anyone until you at least got to reign for a while.
Not like I really had a choice in the first place, I mumbled, tilting my head to the floor but still looking to my brother. He gave me a little pout.
Poor little princess, don't want to rule the world.
I swatted his hand away. 7 minutes. It should have been you. I'd much rather sit alone and scribble away instead of do all that stupid paperwork. And this ridiculous selection nonsense? Can't you see how dreadful this is?
How'd you get roped into this anyway? I thought they'd done away with it.
I rolled my eyes again. It has absolutely nothing to do with me. That's the worst part. Dad's facing public opposition, so he's trying to distract them. I shook my head. It's getting really bad, Aaron. People are destroying homes and businesses. Some have died. Dad isn't completely sure where it's coming from, but he thinks it's people our age. The generation that grew up with outcasts, causing most of it. He made a face.
That doesn't make sense. How could growing up without those restrictions make you upset?
I paused, thinking. How could I explain what we could only really guess at? Well, I grew up being told I was going to be queen one day. That was it. No choice. You grew up knowing you had options. You could go into the military, you could become an ambassador, you could do plenty of things. But what if that wasn't really happening? What if you didn't have all the opportunities you thought you would?
Huh,
he said, following.
So, they're being denied jobs.
Jobs, education, money. I've heard of people refusing to let their kids get married because of old castes. Nothing is happening the way Dad thought it would, and it's nearly impossible to control. Can we force people to be fair?
And that's what Dad's trying to figure out now?
He asked, skeptical. Yes, and I'm the smoke and mirror act diverting their attention while he comes up with a plan. He chuckled.
That makes much more sense than you suddenly being romantically inclined.
I cocked my head. Let it go, Aaron. So I'm not interested in marriage. Why does that matter? Other women can stay single.
But other women aren't expected to produce an heir.
I hit him again. Help me. What do I do? His eyes searched mine, and I knew, as easily as I could read any emotion in him, that he saw I was terrified. Not irritated or angry, not outraged or repulsed. I was scared. It was one thing to be expected to rule, to hold the weight of millions of people in my hands. That was a job, a task. I could check things off lists, delegate. But this was much more personal. One more piece of my life that ought to be mine but wasn't. His playful smile disappeared, and he pulled his chair closer to mine.
If they're looking to distract people, maybe you could suggest other opportunities. A possible marriage isn't the only choice. That said, if Mom and Dad came to this conclusion, they might have already exhausted every other option.
I buried my head in my hands. I didn't want to tell him I tried to offer up him as an alternative, or that I thought Caden might even be acceptable. I sensed he was right, that the selection was their last hope.
Here's the thing, Edie. You'll be the first girl to hold the throne fully in her own right, and people expect a lot from you. Like I don't already know that. But, he continued, that also gives you a lot of bargaining power.
I raised my head marginally. What do you mean?
If they really need you to do this, then negotiate.
I sat up straight, my mind running around in circles, trying to think of what I could ask for. There might be a way to get through this quickly, without it even ending in a proposal. Without a proposal? If I spoke fast enough, I could probably get Dad to agree to practically anything, so long as he got his selection out of it. Negotiate, I whispered.
Exactly.
I stood up, grabbed Aaron by his ears, and planted a kiss on his forehead. You are my absolute hero. He smiled.
Anything for you, my queen.
I giggled, shoving him.
Thanks, Aaron. Get to work.
He waved me toward the door, and I suspected he was actually more eager to get back to his letter than he was for me to come up with a plan. I dashed from the room, heading to my own to fetch some paper. I needed to think. As I rounded the corner, I ran smack into someone, falling backward onto the carpet. Ow! I complained, looking up to see Kyle Woodwork, Miss Marley's son. Kyle and the rest of the Woodworks had rooms on the same floor as our family, a singularly huge honor. Or irritation, depending on how one felt about the Woodworks. Do you mind? I snapped.
I wasn't the one running, he answered, picking up the books he'd dropped. You ought to be looking where you're going.
A gentleman would offer his hand right now, I reminded him. Kyle's hair flopped across his eyes as he looked over at me. He was in desperate need of a cut and a shave, and his shirt was too big for him. I didn't know who I was more embarrassed for, him for looking so sloppy, or my family for having to be seen with such a disaster. What was especially irritating was that he wasn't always so scruffy, and he didn't have to be now. How hard would it be to run a brush through his hair?
Edelyn, you've never thought I was a gentleman.
True. I pulled myself up without help and brushed off my robe. For the last 6 months, I had been spared Kyle's less-than-thrilling company. He'd gone to Fenley to enroll in some accelerated course, and his mother had been lamenting his absence ever since the day he left. I didn't know what he was studying, and I didn't particularly care. But he was back now, and his presence was another stressor on an ever-growing list.
And what would make such a lady run like that in the first place?
Matters you are far too dim to comprehend. He laughed.
Right, because I'm such a simpleton. It's a miracle I managed to bathe myself.
I was about to ask if he did bathe, because he looked like he'd been running away from anything that resembled a bar of soap. I hope one of those books is a primer on etiquette. You seriously need a refresher.
You're not queen yet, Edelyn. Take it down a notch.
He walked away, and I was furious with myself for not getting the last word. I pressed on. There were bigger problems in my life right now than the state of Kyle's manners. I couldn't waste my time quibbling with people, or being distracted by anything that couldn't put the selection to death. Chapter 4. I want to be clear, I said, sitting down in Dad's office. I have no desire to get married. He nodded.
I understand that you don't want to get married today, but it was always something you'd have to do, Edelyn. You're obligated to continue the royal line.
I hated when he talked about my future like that. Like sex and love and babies weren't happy things, but duties performed to keep the country running. It took every speck of joy out of the prospect. Of all the things in my life, shouldn't those be the real pleasures? The best parts? I shook the worry away and focused on the task at hand. I understand, and I agree that it's important, I replied diplomatically. But weren't you ever worried when you went through your selection that no one in the pool was right for you? Or that maybe they were there for the wrong reason? His lips hitched up in a smile.
Every waking moment, and half the time I slept.
He told me a handful of vague stories about one girl who'd been so pliable he could hardly stand her, and another who had tried to manipulate the process at every turn. I didn't know many names or details, and that was fine with me. I had never liked to imagine Dad possibly falling in love with anyone but Mom. And don't you think that as the first woman to fully control the crown, there should be some standards set for who might rule beside me? He tilted his head.
Go on.
I'm sure there's some sort of vetting process in place to make sure an actual psychopath doesn't make his way into the palace, yes?
Of course.
He grinned as if this wasn't a valid concern. But I don't trust just anyone to do this job with me. So, I sighed deeply. I will agree to go through with this ridiculous stunt if you make me a few tiny promises.
It's not a stunt. It's had an excellent track record. But please, dear girl, tell me what you want.
First, I want the contestants to have the freedom to leave of their own free will. I won't have someone feeling obligated to stay if they don't care for me, or the life they'd have to lead in the palace.
I fully agree to that,
he said forcefully. Seemed like I had touched a nerve. Excellent. And I know you might be opposed to the idea, but if by the end of this I can't find anyone suitable, then we call the whole thing off. No prince, no wedding.
Ah,
he said, leaning forward in his chair and pointing a calculating finger at me.
If I allow that, you'll turn them all away the first day. You won't even try.
I paused, thinking. What if I guaranteed you a timeline? I would keep the selection running for, say, 3 months, and weigh my options for at least that amount of time. After then, if I haven't found a suitable match, all the contestants are released. He ran his hand across his mouth and shifted in his chair a little before pressing his eyes into mine.
Edelyn, you know how important this is, don't you?
Of course, I replied instantly, very aware of how serious this was. I sensed one wrong move would set my life on a course I could never correct.
You need to do this, and do it well, for everyone's sake. Our lives, all of them, are given over in service to our people.
I looked away. If anything, it felt like Mom, Dad, and I were the trinity of sacrifice here, with the others doing as they pleased. I won't let you down, I promised. You do what you must. Make your plans, find a way to appease our public, and I will give you an acceptable window of time to pull it all together. His eyes darted toward the ceiling in thought.
3 months, and you swear you'll try?
I held up my hand. I give you my word. I'll even sign something if you like, but I can't promise you I'll fall in love.
Wouldn't be so sure if I was you,
he said knowingly. But I wasn't him, and I wasn't Mom. No matter how romantic he thought this was, all I could think of were the 35 loud, obnoxious, weird-smelling boys who were about to invade my home. Nothing about that sounded magical.
It's a deal.
I stood, practically ready to dance. Really?
Really.
I took his hand and sealed my future with a single shake. Thank you, Dad. I left the room before he could see how big my smile was. I had already been running through how I could get most of the boys to leave of their own volition. I could be intimidating when I needed to be, or find ways to make the palace a very unwelcoming environment. I also had a secret weapon in Austin, who was the most mischievous of us all, and would help me if I asked him to, probably with minimal persuasion. I admired the thought of a common boy feeling brave enough to face the challenge of becoming a prince. But no one was going to tie me down before I was ready, and I was going to make sure those poor suckers knew what they were signing up for. They kept the studio cold, but once the lights came on, we might as well have been in an oven for all the good it did. I'd learned years ago to keep my clothing choices for the report airy, which was why my dress tonight fell off my shoulders. My look was classy, as always, but not something that would subject me to a heat stroke. That's the perfect dress, Mom commented, pulling at the little ruffles on the sleeves.
You look lovely.
Thank you. So do you. She smiled as she continued to straighten my dress.
Thank you, sweetheart. I know you're feeling a little overwhelmed, but I think a selection will be good for everyone. You're alone a lot, and it's something we would have to think about eventually, and
it will make the people happy. I know. I tried to hide the misery in my voice. We had technically moved past selling off the royal daughters, but this didn't feel that different. Didn't she get that? Her eyes moved from the gown to my face. Something in them told me she was sorry.
I know you feel like this is a sacrifice, And it's true that when you live a life of service, there are many things you do not because you want to, but because you must. She swallowed. But through this I found your father, and I found my closest friends, and I learned that I was stronger than I ever thought I could be. I know about the agreement you made with your dad, and if this ends without you finding the right person, so be it. But please, let yourself experience something here. Sharpen yourself, learn something, and try not to hate us for asking you to do it. I don't hate you. You at least considered it when we proposed this, she said with a grin. Didn't you? I'm 18. I'm genetically encoded to fight with my parents. I don't mind a good fight so long as you still know how much I love you in the end. I reached to hug her. And I love you. Promise. She held me for a moment, then pulled away, smoothing my dress to make sure I was still immaculate before she went to find Dad. I walked to take my seat next to Aaron, who wiggled his eyebrows at me teasingly. Looking good, sis. Practically bridal. I swung my skirt and sat down gracefully. One more word, and I will shave your head in your sleep. I love you too. I tried not to smile, but failed. He just always knew. The room filled with the palace household. Miss Lucy sat alone, as General Leisure was on rounds, and Mr. and Mrs. Woodwork sat behind the cameras with Kyle and Josie. They were the Woodworks' only children, and I knew Miss Marley meant the world to Mom, so I kept it to myself that I thought her kids were the absolute worst. Kyle wasn't as obnoxious as Josie, but in all the years I'd known him, he'd never made anything remotely close to an interesting conversation. So help me, if I ever got a bad case of insomnia, I'd hire him to sit in my room and talk. Problem solved. And Josie? I didn't have words for how wretched that girl was. Dad's advisors filed in, bowing as they came. There was only one woman in Dad's cabinet, Lady Bryce Manor. She was lovely and petite, and I was never sure how someone so demure managed to stay afloat in the political arena. I'd never heard her raise her voice or get angry, but people listened to her. The men didn't listen to me unless I was stern. Her presence made me curious, though. What would happen if I, as queen, made my entire board of counselors women? That might be an interesting experiment. The chairman and advisors delivered their announcements and updates, and finally, Gavril turned to me. Gavril Fade had slicked back silver hair, but a very handsome face. He'd been talking recently about retirement, but after an announcement this big, he'd have to stick around a bit longer. Tonight, Ilya, to conclude our program, we have some very exciting news, and there is no one better to deliver it than our future queen, the beautiful Edelyn Shreve. He swept his hand grandly in my direction, and I smiled widely as I walked across the carpeted stage to polite applause. Gavril gave me a quick embrace and a kiss on each cheek. Princess Edelyn, welcome. Thanks, Gavril. Now, I have to be honest, it feels like only yesterday I was announcing the birth of you and your brother Aaron. I can't believe it's been more than 18 years. It's true. We're all grown up. I looked toward my family, sharing a warm gaze. You're on the edge of making history. I think all of Ilya is eager to see what you'll do a few years down the road when you become queen. That'll certainly be an exciting time, but I'm not sure I want to wait that long to make history. I gave him a playful nudge with my elbow, and he mocked surprise. Why don't you tell us what you have in mind, Your Highness? I squared my shoulders in front of Camera C and smiled. Our great country has gone through many changes over the years. In my parents' lifetimes alone, we've seen the rebel forces within our country practically run into extinction, and though we still face challenges, the caste system no longer divides our people along imaginary lines. We live in an era of extraordinary freedom, and we wait with anticipation to see our nation become everything it possibly can. I remembered to smile and speak articulately.
Years of lessons on how to address an audience had drilled the proper technique into me, and I knew I was hitting every last point I was meant to as I delivered my announcement. And that's great, but I'm still an 18-year-old girl. The small audience of guests and advisors giggled. It gets a little boring when you spend the majority of the day in an office with your dad. No offense, Your Majesty, I added, turning to Dad.
None taken, he called back.
And so, I've decided it's time for a change of pace. It's time to search, not just for someone to be a co-worker with me in this very demanding job, but for a partner to walk with me through life. To do that, I'm hoping Ilya will indulge my deepest wish, to have a selection. The advisors gasped and muttered. I saw the shocked faces of the staff. It became clear that the only person who was already in on this was Gavril, which surprised me. Tomorrow, letters will be sent to all the eligible young men in Ilya. You'll have 2 weeks to decide whether you would like to compete for my hand. I realize, of course, that this is uncharted territory. We've never had a female-run selection before. Still, even though I have 3 brothers, I'm very excited to meet another prince of Ilya, and I'm hoping that all of Ilya will celebrate with me. I gave a small curtsy and retreated to my seat. Mom and Dad were beaming proudly at me, and I tried to tell myself that their reaction was enough, though I felt like my blood was trembling in my veins. I couldn't help but think I'd missed something, that there was a gaping hole in the net I'd set up to catch myself. But there was nothing I could do. I'd just thrown myself off the ledge. Chapter 5. I knew we had an arsenal of staff working at the palace, but I was convinced the majority of them had been in hiding until today. As the announcement of this unexpected selection spread, it wasn't simply the maids and butlers running around in preparation, but people I'd never even seen before. My daily workload of reading reports and sitting in on meetings shifted as I became the focal point of the selection preparations.
This is slightly less expensive, Your Highness, but it is still incredibly comfortable and would work well with the existing decor.
A man held out a very large swatch of fabric, which he draped over the previous 2 options. I touched it, enchanted by the texture of cloth as I usually was, though this was clearly not intended to be worn. I'm not sure I understand why we're doing this, I confessed. The man, one of the palace decorators, pressed his lips together.
It has been suggested that some of the guest rooms are a bit feminine, and that your suitors might be more comfortable in something like this, he said, pulling out yet another option. We can make a room look entirely different with a simple bedspread, he assured me.
Fine, I said, thinking it was a little unnecessary to get this worked up over some sheets. But do I need to make this decision? He smiled kindly.
Your fingerprints will be all over this selection, miss. Even if you don't choose, people will assume you did. We might as well get your authority on all things.
I stared at the fabric, more than a little exhausted thinking about how all these silly details would point back to me. This one. I chose the least expensive option. It was a deep green and would be perfectly acceptable for a 3-month stay.
Very wise, Your Highness, the decorator complimented. Now, should we consider adding new art as well?
He clapped his hands, and a stream of maids walked in carrying paintings. I sighed, knowing my afternoon was lost. The following morning I was summoned to the dining hall. Mom came with me, but Dad couldn't be pulled away from his work. A man I assumed was our head chef bowed to us, not able to get very low because of his wide stomach. His face was closer to red than white, but he didn't sweat, which made me think that all the years in the kitchen had simply steamed him.
Thank you for joining us, Your Majesty, Your Highness. The kitchen staff has been working day and night to find appropriate options for the first dinner once your suitors arrive. We want to serve 7 courses, obviously.
Of course, Mom replied. The chef smiled at her.
Naturally, we would like your approval for the final menu.
I groaned internally. A true 7-course meal could take 6 hours from the first sip of a cocktail to the final bite of chocolate. How long would it take to sample several different options for each course? About 8 hours, it turned out, and I had a dreadful stomachache for the rest of the day, which made me less than enthusiastic when someone came asking about music selections for the evening of the first dinner. The hallways were like crowded streets, and every corner of the palace was noisy with speedy preparations. I endured it as best I could until Dad stopped me in passing one day.
We were thinking about making a special room for the selected. What do you think about—
Enough! I sighed, exasperated. I don't care. I have no idea what a boy would like in a recreational space, so I suggest you ask someone with some testosterone. And as for me, I'll be in the garden. Dad could tell I was near a breaking point, and he let me pass without a fight. I was thankful for the momentary respite. I lay on my stomach in my bikini on a blanket in the open stretch of grass that spread out just before the forest. I wished, as I had so many times before, that we had a pool. I was pretty good at getting my way, but Dad never budged on the pool issue. When the palace was mine, that was the first thing on the agenda. I sketched dresses in my book, trying to relax. As the sun warmed me, the quick scratch of my pencil blended with the sound of rustling leaves, making a lovely, tranquil song. I mourned the loss of peace in my life. 3 months, I recited. 3 months, and then everything goes back to normal. A piercing laugh polluted the stillness of the garden. Ugh, Josie, I muttered to myself. Shading my eyes, I turned and saw her walking toward me. She was with one of her friends, an upper-class girl she'd chosen to associate with specifically because the company in the palace wasn't enough for her. I closed my book, hiding my designs, and turned onto my back simply to take in the sun. It will be a good experience for everyone, I heard Josie remark to her friend. I don't get to interact with boys very often, so it'll be nice to have an opportunity to talk to some. One day, when my wedding is arranged, I'd like to be able to carry on a conversation. I rolled my eyes. If I thought I'd have the slightest attachment to these boys, it would have bothered me that she thought they were here for her. Then again, Josie thought everything existed for her. And the idea that she was so important that her marriage would need to be arranged on her behalf was comical. She could marry anyone off the street and no one would care one way or the other. I hope I'll be able to visit during the selection, her friend replied. It'll be so fun. Of course, Shannon. I'll make sure all my friends get to come often. It'll be valuable for you as well. How kind of her to offer up my home and events as learning opportunities for her little buddies. I took a deep breath. I needed to focus on relaxing. Edelyn! Josie cried, spotting me. I groaned, then raised a hand to acknowledge her, hoping the silence would convey my wish for privacy. How excited are you for the selection? She yelled, continuing over. I wasn't going to holler like a farmhand, so I said nothing. Eventually, Josie and her friend were standing above me, blocking the sun. Didn't you hear me, Edelyn? Aren't you excited for the selection? Josie never addressed me properly. Of course. Me too. I think it'll be exciting to have all the company. You won't have any company, I reminded her. These boys are my guests. She tipped her head like I was stating the obvious. I know, but it'll still be nice to have more people around. Josie, how old are you? 15, she answered proudly. I thought so. If you really want to, I'm sure you could get out and meet people of your own accord now. You're certainly old enough. She smiled. I don't think so. That's not exactly appropriate. I didn't want to get into this argument again. I was the one who couldn't pick up and leave the palace without warning. Security sweeps, proper announcements, and protocol reviews were all necessary before I could even consider it. Also, I constantly had to be aware of the company I kept. I couldn't be seen with just anyone. An unflattering picture wasn't simply taken. It was documented, stored, and resurrected whenever the newspapers needed to criticize me. I had to be relentlessly on my toes to avoid anything that could possibly tarnish my image, my family's image, or the country at large. Josie was a commoner. She didn't have any such restrictions. Not that it stopped her from acting like she did. Well, at least you have some company for today, then. If you two don't mind, I'm trying to rest. Certainly, Your Highness. Her friend bowed her head. Okay, she wasn't too bad. I'll see you at dinner. Josie was a little too enthusiastic about it. I tried to lull myself back into relaxation, but Josie's piercing voice kept finding its way over to me, and I eventually scooped up my blankets and sketches and headed inside. If I couldn't enjoy myself here, I might as well figure out something else to do. After being so exposed to the bright, angelus sun, the palace halls looked like twilight as I waited for my eyes to adjust. I blinked hard, trying to make out the face of the person coming toward me. It was Austin, carrying 2 notebooks as he rushed down the hall. He shoved the books into my arms. Hide these in your room, okay? And if anyone asks, you haven't seen me. As quickly as he appeared, he vanished. I sighed, knowing that even attempting to comprehend would be pointless. I sometimes couldn't stand the pressure placed on me from being born first. But thank goodness it was me and not Austin. Every time I tried to imagine him at the helm, it gave me a headache. I flipped through the notebooks, curious as to what he was plotting. Turned out, they weren't his at all. They were Josie's. I recognized her babyish handwriting, and if that hadn't given it away, the sheets of her and Aaron's names and hearts made it all too obvious. It wasn't just Aaron's name, though. A few pages later, she was in love with all 4 members of Choosing Yesterday, a popular band. And just after that, it was some actor. Anyone with any sort of clout would do, it seemed. I decided to set the books on the floor by the doors to the garden. Whatever Austin had planned, there was no way it would be as distressing as her stumbling across them when she came inside, with no clue as to how they'd gotten there or who had seen them. For someone who prided herself on being so close to the royal family, she really should have learned a lesson or two in discretion by now. When I got to my room, Nina was at the ready, grabbing my blanket to place in the wash. I threw something on, not really in the mood to think about my outfit too much today. As I was about to fix my hair, I noticed some files on the table. Lady Bryce dropped those off for you, Nina said. I stared at the folders. Though it was my first piece of actual work in a week, I couldn't be bothered. I'll get to them later, I promised, knowing that I probably wouldn't. I'd maybe look at them tomorrow. Today was mine. I pinned back my hair, double-checked my makeup, and went to look for Mom. I could use the company, and I felt pretty confident that she wouldn't ask me to pick out furniture or food. I found her alone in the women's room. A plaque beside the door declared that the space was actually titled the Newsom Library, but I'd never heard anyone call it by that name except for Mom on occasion. It was the space where the women congregated, so the original label seemed more practical, I supposed. I could tell Mom was in there before I even opened the door, because I heard her playing the piano, and her sound was unmistakable. She loved to tell the story of how Dad made her pick out 4 brand new pianos, each with various attributes after they were married. They were placed all over the palace. One was in her suite, a second in Dad's, one here, and another in a largely unused parlor on the 4th floor. I was still jealous of how easy she made it look. I remembered her warning me that one day, time would take the dexterity out of her hands, and she'd only be able to plunk away at 1 or 2 keys at a time. So far, time had failed. I tried to be quiet, but she heard me all the same. "Hello, darling," she called, pulling her fingers away from the keys. "Come sit with me." I didn't mean to interrupt. I walked across the room, settling next to her on the bench. "You didn't. I was clearing my head, and I feel much better now. Is something wrong?" She smiled distractedly and rubbed her hand over my back. "No, just the everyday wear and tear of the job." "I know what you mean," I said, running my fingers along the keys, not actually making any sound. "I keep thinking that I've gotten to a point where I've seen it all, where I've mastered everything about being queen. No sooner do I think it, than everything changes. Well, you have enough to worry about today. Let's not bother with it." With some work, she pasted a smile back onto her face. And while I wanted to know what was troubling her, because in the end, all those troubles also fell on me, she was right. I simply couldn't deal with it today. It seemed she hardly could either. "Do you ever regret it?" I asked, seeing the sadness in her eyes despite her efforts. Entering the selection and ending up queen? I was grateful she didn't just immediately say yes or no, but actually considered the question. "I don't regret marrying your father. I sometimes wonder about the life I would have had without the selection, or if I had still come to the palace but lost. I think I would have been fine. Not unhappy exactly, but not aware of what else there could have been for me. But the path to him was a difficult one, mostly because I didn't want to walk it." "At all?" She shook her head. "It wasn't my idea to enter the selection." My mouth fell open. She'd never told me that. "Whose was it?" "That's not important," she answered quickly. "But I can tell you that I understand your reservations. I think the process will teach you a lot about yourself. I hope you'll trust me on this." "It'd be a lot easier to trust you if I knew you were doing this for me and not to buy yourself some peace." The words came out sharper than I meant them to. She took a deep breath. "I know you think this is selfish, but you'll see. One day the welfare of the country will be on your shoulders, and you'll be surprised at what you'd try in order to keep it all from crumbling. I never thought we'd have another selection, but plans change when that much is demanded of you." "Plenty is demanded of me now," I shot back. "1, watch your tone," she warned. "And 2, you only see a fraction of the work. You have no idea how much pressure is placed on your father." I sat there silent. I wanted to leave. If she didn't like my tone, then why did she push me? "Edelyn," she began quietly. "The timing of this happened to fall when it did. But honestly, sooner or later I would have done something." "What do you mean?" "You seem shut off in a way, disconnected from your people. I know you're constantly worried about the demands you will face as queen, but it's time you see the needs of others." "You don't think I do that now? Did she see what I did all day?" She pressed her lips together. "No, honey, not if it comes before your comfort." I wanted to scream at her, and at Dad, too. Sure, I took shelter in long baths or a drink with dinner. I didn't think that was too much to ask for considering what I sacrificed. "I didn't realize you thought I was so flawed." I stood, turning away. "Edelyn, that's not what I'm saying." "It is. That's fine." I made my way to the door. The accusation filled me with so much rage I could barely stand it. "Edelyn, darling, we want you to be the best queen you can be, that's all." She pleaded. "I will," I answered. One foot in the hallway. "And I certainly don't need a boy to show me how to do that." I tried to calm myself before walking away. It felt like the universe was plotting against me. Its arms taking turns swatting me down. I repeated in my head that it was only 3 months. Only 3 months. Until I heard someone crying.
Are you sure?
It sounded like General Leisure. I talked with her this morning. She decided to keep it. Miss Lucy pulled in a jagged breath.
Did you tell her that we could give that baby everything? That we had more money than we could ever spend? That we'd love it no matter its faults?
General Leisure's words fell out in a whispered rush. All that and more, Miss Lucy insisted. I knew there was a huge chance of the baby being born with mental issues. I told her we'd be able to tend to any need he had, that the Queen herself would see to it. She said she talked with her family, and they agreed to help her, and that she never really wanted to let the baby go in the first place. She only looked into adoption because she thought she'd be alone. She apologized, like that could fix it. Miss Lucy sniffed as if she was trying to quiet her sobs. I drew close to the corner of the passage, listening.
I'm so sorry, Lucy.
There's nothing to be sorry for. It's not your fault. She said those words kindly, bravely. I think we need to accept that it's over. Years of treatments, so many miscarriages, 3 failed adoptions. We just need to let it go. There was a long silence before General Leisure answered.
If that's what you think is best.
I do, she said, her voice sounding assertive before she sank into tears again. I still can't believe I'll never be a mother. A second later, her cries were muffled, and I knew her husband had pulled her to his chest, trying to comfort her as best he could. All these years, I had thought the Ledgers had chosen to be a childless couple. Miss Lucy's struggles had never made it into conversation when I was in the room, and she seemed content enough to play with us as children and send us on our way. I'd never considered that it might have been an unfortunate circumstance thrust on them. Was my mother right? Was I not as observant or caring as I thought? Miss Lucy was one of my favorite people in the world. Shouldn't I have been able to see how sad she was? Chapter 6. 35 massive baskets sat in the office, filled with what must have been tens of thousands of entries, all left in their envelopes to protect the gentleman's anonymity. I tried to give off an air of eager anticipation for the sake of the camera, but I felt like I might vomit into one of those baskets at any given moment. That would be one way to narrow the pool. Dad placed a hand on my back.
All right, Edie. Just walk to each basket and select an envelope. I'll hold them for you so your hands don't get full. Then we'll open them live tonight on the report. It's that easy.
For something so simple, it seemed incredibly daunting. Then again, I'd felt overwhelmed since we announced the selection, so this shouldn't have been a surprise. I adjusted my favorite tiara and smoothed out my iridescent gray dress. I wanted to make sure I looked positively radiant today, and when I'd checked my reflection before heading downstairs, even I was a little intimidated by the girl in the mirror. So, I literally select each one myself? I whispered, hoping the cameras weren't watching too closely. He gave me a tiny smile and spoke softly.
It's a privilege I never had. Go ahead, love.
What do you mean?
Later. Go on now.
He gestured toward the piles and piles of entries. I took a deep breath. I could do this. No matter what people were hoping for, I had a plan, and it was foolproof. I would walk away from this unscathed. Just a few months of my life, nothing in the grand scheme of things, and then I'd go back to the work of becoming queen, alone. So why are you stalling? Shut up. I walked to the first basket, with a label declaring the contestants were all from Claremont. I pulled one from the side. Cameras flashed, and the handful of people in the room actually applauded. Mom wrapped her arm around Aaron in excitement, and he sneakily made a face at me. Miss Marley sighed with delight, but Miss Lucy was absent. Austin was missing too, which was no surprise, but Caden stood by, observing the whole thing with interest. I used different techniques for different bins. On one, I plucked the envelope from the very top. On the next, I buried my arm to fish out my choice. The onlookers seemed incredibly amused when I got to Carolina, Mom's home province, picked up 2 envelopes, and weighed them in my hands for a few seconds before dropping one back in. I placed the last entry in Dad's hands, and there was more clapping and camera flashes. I gave what I hoped was an enthusiastic smile before the reporters all exited the room, off to give their exclusive stories. Aaron and Caden left, joking as they went, and Mom gave me a quick kiss on the head before she followed them. We were speaking again, but didn't have much to say.
"You did marvelously,"
Dad said once we were alone, a genuine tone of awe in his voice.
"Really, I understand how nerve-wracking this can feel, but you were wonderful."
How do you know, though? I placed my hands on my hips. If you didn't pick out the entries yourself. He swallowed.
"You've heard the broad strokes of how your mother and I found each other, but there are tiny details that are best left in the drawer. The only reason I am telling you this is because I think it will help you to see how fortunate you are."
I nodded, not sure where he was going. He took a breath.
"My selection wasn't a farce, but it wasn't that far off. My father chose all the contestants by hand, picking young women with political alliances, influential families, or enough charm to make the entire country worship the ground they walked on. He knew he had to make it varied enough to seem legit, so there were 3 5s thrown into the mix, but nothing below that. The 5s were meant to be little more than throwaways to keep anyone from being suspicious."
I realized my mouth was gaping open and shut it immediately. Mom?
Was meant to be gone almost immediately. Truth be told, she barely made it past my father's attempts to sway my opinion or remove her himself. And look at her now.
His whole face changed.
Though it was hard for me to imagine, she is even more beloved as queen than my mother. She has made 4 beautiful, intelligent, strong children, and she has been the source of every happiness in my life.
He flipped idly through the envelopes in his hands.
I'm not sure if fate or destiny is real, but I can tell you that sometimes the very thing you've been hoping for will walk through the door, determined to fend you off. And still, somehow, you will find that you are enough.
Until then, I'd never had a reason to doubt that I'd seen the whole picture of my parents' love story. But between Dad's confession that Mom wasn't even supposed to be a choice, and Mom's revelation that she didn't want to be a part of the choosing in the first place, I wondered how they had managed to find each other at all. It was clear from Dad's expression, he could barely believe it himself.
"You're going to do great, you know?"
he said, beaming proudly. What makes you think so?
You're like your mother, and my mother too. You're determined. And perhaps most important, you don't like to fail. I know this will all work out, if only because you'll refuse to allow it to go any other way.
I nearly told him. Nearly confessed I had come up with pages of ideas to drive these boys away. Because he was right. I didn't want to fail. But for me, failure meant having my life led by someone else. I'm sure everything will turn out just as it should, I said, a whisper of regret hanging in my voice. He lifted a hand and placed it on my cheek.
It usually does.
Chapter 7. In the studio, the set was slightly rearranged. Typically, Aaron and I were the only ones who sat on camera with my parents, but tonight, Caden and Austin were given seats on stage as well. Dad's officials were in a cluster of seats on the opposite side, and in the middle, a bowl waited with all the envelopes I'd picked earlier. Beside it was an empty bowl for me to place them in as they were opened. I had reservations about reading out the names myself, but at least it gave the appearance of control. I liked that. Behind the cameras, seats were filled with other members of our household. General Ledger was there, kissing Miss Lucy on her forehead and whispering something to her. It had been a few days since I'd overheard their conversation, and I still felt awful for her. Of all the people in the world who ought to be parents, it was the Ledgers. And of all the people in the world who ought to have the ability to fix things, it was the Shreves. Still, I was lost as to how to help. Miss Marley was shushing Josie, probably for laughing at a joke Josie made herself that lacked any level of humor. I'd never understand how someone so wonderful had birthed such awful people. My favorite tiara, the one I was wearing, it was only my favorite because Josie bent my first favorite and lost 2 stones out of the second. She wasn't even supposed to touch them, ever. Beside her, Kyle was reading a book, because clearly everything going on in our country and home was too boring for him. What an ingrate. He peeked up from his book, saw me watching, made a face, and went back to reading. Why was he even here? How are you feeling? Mom was suddenly beside me, her arm around my shoulder. Fine. She smiled. There's no way you're fine. This is terrifying. Why, yes it is. How kind of you to subject me to such a delightful thing. Her giggle was tentative, testing to see if we were on good terms again. I don't think you're flawed, she said quietly. I think you're 1,000 wonderful things. One day you'll know what it's like to worry for your children. And I worry for you more than the others. You're not just any girl, Edelyn. You're the girl. And I want everything for you. I wasn't sure what to say. I didn't want for us to fight right now, not with something this big coming. Her arm was still on my shoulder, so I wrapped mine around her back, and she kissed my hair just under my tiara. I feel very uncomfortable, I confessed. Just remember how the boys are feeling. This is huge for them as well, and the country will be so pleased. I concentrated on my breathing. 3 months. Freedom. A piece of cake. I'm proud of you, she said, giving me a final squeeze. Good luck. She walked away to greet Dad, and Aaron strode toward me, smoothing out his suit. I cannot believe this is actually happening, he said, genuine excitement coloring his tone. I'm really looking forward to the company. What, is Kyle not enough for you? I darted my eyes at him again, and he still had his nose buried. I don't know what you have against Kyle. He's really smart. Is that code for boring? No, but I'm excited to meet different people. I'm not. I crossed my arms, partly frustrated, partly protecting myself. Aw, come on, sis. This is going to be fun. He surveyed the room and dropped his voice to a whisper. I can only imagine what you have in store for those poor saps. I tried to suppress my smile, but I was anticipating watching them squirm. He picked up one of the envelopes and bopped me on the nose with it. Get ready now. If you have a basic grasp of the English language, you should manage this part just fine. Such a pain, I said, punching his arm. I love you. I know you do. Don't worry. This is going to be easy. We were instructed to take our seats, and Aaron threw the envelope back down, taking my hand to walk me to my place. The cameras started rolling, and Dad began the report with an update about an approaching trade agreement with New Asia. We worked so closely with them now, it was hard to imagine a time we were actually at war. He touched on the growing immigration laws, and all his advisors spoke, including Lady Bryce. It simultaneously felt like it dragged on forever and passed in an instant. When Gavril announced my name, it took me a second to remember exactly what I was supposed to be doing. But I stood and walked across the stage and assumed my place in front of the microphone. I flashed a smile and looked straight into the camera, knowing every TV in Ilia was on tonight. I'm sure you're all as excited as I am, so let's skip ceremony and get right to what everyone is dying to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, here are the 35 young men invited to participate in this groundbreaking selection. I reached into the bowl and pulled out the first envelope. From Likely, I read, pausing to open it. Mr. McKendrick Shepherd. I held up his photograph, and the room applauded as I set it in the other bowl and moved back for the next entry. From Zuni, Mr. Winslow Fields. There was a smattering of applause after every name. Holden Messenger. Kesley Timber. Hale Garner. Edwin Bishop. It felt like I had opened at least 100 envelopes by the time my hands reached for the final one. My cheeks hurt, and I was hoping Mom wouldn't judge me if I skipped dinner and ate alone in my room. I really thought I'd earned it. Ah, from Angelus. I ripped at the paper, pulling out the final entry. I knew my smile must have faltered, but really, it couldn't be helped. Mr. Kyle Woodwork. I heard the reactions around the room, several gasps, a handful of laughs, but most obviously, I could hear Kyle's reaction. He dropped his book. I pulled in a breath. There you have it. Tomorrow, advisors will be sent out to begin prepping these 35 candidates for the adventure before them, and in one short week, they will arrive at the palace. Until then, join me in congratulating them. I began the applause. The room followed, and I retreated to my seat, trying not to look as sick as I felt. Kyle's name being in there shouldn't have shaken me the way it did. At the end of the day, none of those boys stood a chance. But something about this felt wrong. The second Gavril finished signing off, everyone erupted. Mom and Dad walked to the woodworks. I followed right behind them, Josie's laughter acting as a homing beacon. I didn't do it, Kyle insisted. As I approached, our eyes met. I could see he was as upset as I was. Does that even matter? Mom said. Anyone of age is allowed to put his name in. Dad nodded. That's true. It's a bit of a strange situation, but there's nothing illegal about it. But I don't want to be a part of this. Kyle looked at Dad imploringly. Who put your name in? I asked. Kyle shook his head. I don't know. It has to be a mistake. Why would I enter when I don't want to compete? Mom's eyes were on General Ledger, and it looked almost like they were smiling. But there wasn't anything funny about this. Excuse me, I protested. This is unacceptable. Is anyone going to do anything about it? Pick someone else, Kyle offered. General Ledger shook his head. Edelin announced your name in front of the country. You're the candidate from Angelus. That's right, Dad agreed. Reading the names publicly makes it official. We can't replace you. Kyle rolled his eyes. He did that a lot. Then Edelin can eliminate me the first day. And send you where? I asked. You're already home. Aaron chuckled. Sorry, he said, noticing our glares. That's not going to sit well with the others. Send me away, Kyle offered, sounding thrilled. For the 100th time, Kyle, you're not leaving, Miss Marley said, in the firmest voice I'd ever heard her use. She put her hand to her temple, and Mr. Carter wrapped an arm around her, speaking into her ear. You want to go somewhere else? I asked, incredulous. Isn't a palace good enough for you?
It's not mine, he said, raising his voice. And quite frankly, I'm tired of it. I'm over the rules, I'm over being a guest, and I'm so over your bratty attitude.
I gasped as Miss Marley thwacked her son over the head. Apologize, she commanded. Kyle pressed his lips together, looking at the ground. I crossed my arms. He wasn't leaving until I got an apology. I'd get it one way or another. Finally, after a forceful shake of his head, he muttered it under his breath. I looked away, hardly impressed with his efforts.
We'll move forward as planned, Dad said. This is a selection just like any of the others. It's about choices. Right now, Kyle is one option of many, and Edelin could certainly do worse. Thanks, Dad.
I quickly checked Kyle's expression. He was staring at the floor, seeming embarrassed and angry.
For now, I think we should all get some food and celebrate. This is a very exciting day. That's right, General Ledger agreed. Let's eat.
I'm tired, I said, turning. I'll be in my room. I didn't wait for approval. I didn't owe anyone anything after tonight. I was giving them everything they wanted. Chapter 8. I avoided everyone over the weekend, and no one seemed bothered by it. Not even Mom. With the names out there, the selection felt that much more real, and I was saddened by the dwindling days of solitude. The Monday before the candidates arrived, I finally rejoined humanity and made my way to the women's room. Miss Lucy was there, seeming back to her usual, cheerful self. I kept wishing I could do something to help her. I knew a puppy wasn't a person, but so far my only idea was to get her a pet. Mom was talking to Miss Marley, and they waved me over the moment I was through the doorway. Miss Marley put her hand on mine as I sat. I wanted to explain about Kyle. He doesn't want to leave because of you. He's been talking about going for a long time, and I thought the semester away would put an end to it. I can't bear to let him go.
You'll have to let him make his own choice sooner or later, Mom urged. Funny, since she was the one trying to marry her daughter to a stranger.
I don't understand it. Josie never talks about leaving.
I rolled my eyes. Of course she doesn't. But what can you do? You can't force him to stay.
Mom poured a cup of tea and set it in front of me. I'm hiring another tutor. This one has hands-on experience and can give Kyle more than a book could, so I think I've bought some more time. I keep hoping. Aunt May burst into the room, looking as if she stepped out of a magazine. I bolted over to her and gave her a bone-crushing hug.
Your Highness, she greeted. Shut up.
She laughed and pulled me back, grasping me by both shoulders and looking into my eyes.
I want to hear everything about the selection. How are you feeling? Some of those pictures were cute. Are you already in love?
Not even close, I replied with a laugh.
Well, give him a few days.
That's how it was with Aunt May. A new love every few months or so. She treated the four of us, and our cousins, Astra and Leo, like we were her kids since she never settled down herself. I particularly enjoyed her company, and the palace always felt more exciting when she was here.
How long are you staying? Mom asked, and May held my hand as we crossed back to her. Leaving again Thursday.
I gasped.
I know. I'm going to miss all the excitement.
She pouted at me.
But Leo has a game Friday afternoon and Astra's dance recital is on Saturday. And I promised I'd be there. She's really coming along, Aunt May said, turning to Mom. You can tell her mother was an artist.
They shared a smile.
I wish I could go, Mom lamented.
Why don't we? I suggested, picking up some cookies for my tea. Aunt May gave me a questioning look.
You do realize you already have plans for this weekend, right? Big plans, life-changing plans.
I shrugged. I'm not too worried about missing them.
Edelyn, Mom reprimanded.
Sorry, it's just overwhelming. I like the way things are now.
Where are the pictures? May asked.
In my room, on my desk. I'm trying to learn the names, but I haven't gotten very far yet. May waved her arm at a maid.
Dearie, will you go up to the princess's room and grab the stack of selection candidates' forms off her desk?
The maid beamed and curtsied, and I suspected she'd be thumbing through the pile on her way down. Mom leaned in toward her sister.
I just want to remind you that 1, they're off limits, and 2, even if they weren't, you're twice their age.
Miss Marley and I laughed, while Miss Lucy only smiled. She was much easier on Aunt May than the rest of us.
Don't tease her, Miss Lucy protested. I'm sure she has the best intentions.
Thank you, Lucy. This isn't for me, it's for Edelyn, she vowed. We're going to help her get a head start.
That's not really how it works.
Mom leaned back, drinking her tea with an air of superiority. Miss Marley laughed loudly.
This from you. Do we need to remind you of your head start?
What? I asked, shocked. How many details had my parents omitted from their story? What does she mean? Mom put down her tea and held up a hand defensively.
I accidentally ran into your father the night before the selection started, and I will have you know, she said, more to Miss Marley than to me. I could easily have been kicked out for that. It wasn't exactly the first impression you hope for.
I sat there gaping. Mom, exactly how many rules did you break? Her eyes darted up as if she was trying to tally them.
Okay, you know what? Go through the pictures all you want. You win.
Aunt May laughed with delight, and I tried to memorize the way her head sloped gracefully to one side and her eyes sparkled. Everything about her was so effortlessly glamorous, and I adored her with a love close to what I held for my mother. While I felt a little slighted by Josie being my closest female playmate growing up, Mom's circle of friends more than made up for it. Aunt May's spirit, Miss Lucy's kindness, Miss Marley's buoyancy, and Mom's strength were invaluable and more enlightening than any class I ever took. The maid came back, placing the pile of forms and pictures in front of me. To my surprise, it was Miss Marley who grabbed the first handful of applications to graze through. Aunt May was close behind, and while Mom didn't pick up any herself, she did lean over Miss Marley's shoulder to peek. Miss Lucy looked like she was trying not to be curious, but in the end had a pile in her own lap as well.
Oh, he looks promising.
Aunt May shoved a picture in front of me. I stared into a set of dark eyes embedded deep in ebony skin. His hair was cropped short and he wore a bright smile.
Baton Trains, 19 from Sumner.
He's handsome, Mom gushed.
Well, obviously, May agreed.
And with a last name like Trains, he probably comes from a family of 7s. It says here he's in his first year studying advertising. That means either he or someone in his family is very determined.
True, Miss Marley agreed.
That's no small feat. I pulled a couple of the forms over, picking through them.
So, how are you feeling? Aunt May asked. Is everything ready to go?
I think so. I flipped over an application, scanning for something that might seem remotely interesting. I just didn't care. For a while, everyone was in such a tizzy, I thought it might never end. It looks like all the rooms are finished. The food calculations have been made, and now that the list is official, travel arrangements should be done by tomorrow.
You sound positively thrilled, May teased, poking me.
I sighed, then looked pointedly at Mom. You might as well know, this isn't completely about me. What do you mean, honey? Miss Lucy asked, setting her pile of papers on her lap, looking between Mom and me with concern.
Of course, we're hoping Edelyn will find someone worthy of settling down with, Mom began shrewdly. But, as it happens, this is coming at a time when we were in need of a plan to calm the unrest over the casts.
Ames, May said. Your daughter is a decoy? No.
Yes,
I muttered. Aunt May rubbed my back, and it made me feel so much better to have her there.
Sooner or later, we would have needed to look at suitors, and this isn't binding. Edelyn has an agreement with Maxon that if she doesn't fall in love, then the whole thing is off. However, yes, Edelyn is doing her job as a member of the royal family by creating a little diversion, while the population cools down and we investigate what more we could do. And, might I add, it's working.
It is? I asked.
Haven't you looked at the papers? You're the center of everything right now. Local papers are interviewing their candidates, and some provinces are holding parties, hoping their suitor will be the winner. Magazines are talking about possible frontrunners, and I saw a segment on the news last night about a few girls who were forming fan clubs and wearing shirts with the names of their favorites plastered all over them. The selection has consumed the entire country.
It's true, Miss Marley confirmed. Kyle living in the palace is no longer a secret. Have they also discovered he has no interest in participating? I asked, more irritation in my voice than I intended. Miss Marley wasn't to blame for this whole debacle.
No, she answered with a laugh. Again, though, that has nothing to do with you.
I smiled back. Miss Marley, you heard Mom. He doesn't need to worry. I think Kyle and I already know we wouldn't be that great of a match, and there's a chance I'll walk away from this without a fiancé anyway. A 100% chance, to be more accurate. Don't worry about him hurting my feelings, because I'm just seeing how it goes, I replied, as if this was normal, bringing in a slew of boys for me to pick from. I'm not upset.
You said it's taken over everything, May began, concerned.
Do you think it will last?
I think it'll hold things off long enough for the people to forget some of the unhappiness that's been so prevalent lately, and for us to come up with a way to address issues if they pop up again.
Mom sounded confident. When they pop up, I corrected. My life might be exciting for a while, but eventually people will start worrying about themselves again. I went back to looking at the pictures, almost pitying these boys. They had no chance of winning, and no idea they were part of a public distraction. This is strange, I said, picking up one of the applications. I don't want to be judgmental, but look at this. I caught 3 different spelling mistakes on this one. Mom took the form.
It's possible he was nervous. Or an idiot, I offered.
May chuckled.
Don't be so harsh, sweetie. It's scary on their end, too.
Mom handed me the form, and I clipped it back to a picture of a boy with a very innocent face and a head full of wild blonde curls.
Wait, are you scared?
Aunt May asked, worry on my behalf coating her voice. No, of course not. Her expression relaxed back into its normal, beautiful, carefree state.
Can't imagine you being scared of anything.
She winked at me. It was comforting that at least one of us thought so. Chapter 9. When they started pouring in, I fled to my room, sketching in the sunlight on my balcony. Too many boisterous laughs and overly enthusiastic greetings. I wondered how long that camaraderie would last. This was a competition, after all. I mentally added finding ways to pit them against one another to my to-do list. I think we should put my hair up, Nina. I want to look mature today. Excellent choice, my lady. She scrubbed at my nails. Any thoughts on a dress? I'm thinking evening gown. Black would do nicely. She chuckled, looking to scare them. I couldn't hold back my sly smile. Only a little. We giggled together, and I was glad to have her with me. I was going to need her soothing words and calming touches over the next few weeks. After my hair was dry, we braided and knotted it up like a crown, which only made my tiara look better. I found the black dress I'd worn for a New Year's Eve party last year. It was covered in lace and fitted to the knee before it flared out to the floor. An oval of skin was exposed across my back, and the tiny butterfly sleeves set low across my shoulders. I had to admit it looked even more beautiful in the sun than it did under candles. My clock struck 1, and I made my way downstairs. We had converted one of the libraries on the 4th floor into a men's parlor, so the selected could gather and relax during their time in the palace. It was about the same size as the women's room, and had plenty of places to sit, lots of books, and 2 televisions. I was heading to that area of the palace now. We had decided that the suitors would be brought out, one at a time, to greet me, and then escorted to the men's parlor to get to know one another. I saw a cluster of people down the hallway, including my parents and General Ledger, and made my way toward them, trying not to let my nerves show. Dad looked stunned, and Mom covered her mouth as I approached.
Edelyn, you seem so grown up.
She sighed as she touched my cheek and shoulder and hair, not fixing anything, just checking. Probably because I am. She nodded to herself, tears in her eyes. You look the part. I never really thought I passed for a queen, but you... wholly perfect. Stop it, Mom. You're completely adored. You and Dad brought peace to the country. I haven't done anything. She placed a finger under my chin. Not yet, but you're too determined to accomplish nothing. Before I could respond, Dad approached us. Ready? Yes, I answered, steadying myself. That wasn't the pep talk I'd been envisioning. I don't intend to eliminate anyone just yet. I figure everyone deserves at least a day. Dad smiled. I think that's wise. I took a breath. All right then, let's begin. Do you want us to stay or go? Mom asked. I considered. Go. For now, anyway. As you wish, Dad said. General Ledger and a few guards will be nearby. If you need anything, simply ask. We want you to have a wonderful day. Thank you, Daddy. No, he said, embracing me. Thank you. He pulled away and offered his arm to Mom. They walked off, and I felt like I could see their happiness glowing simply in the way they moved. Your Highness, General Ledger said gently. I turned to see his smiling face. Nervous. I shook my head slightly, almost convincing myself. Bring the first one out. He nodded before making eye contact with a butler down the hall. A boy walked out of one of the libraries, straightening his cufflinks as he approached. He was lean and a little on the short side, but he had a pleasant enough face. He stopped in front of me, bowing. Fox Wesley, Your Highness. I tilted my head in greeting. A pleasure. He took in a breath. You are so beautiful. So I've been told. You can go now. I swept my arm across my body, pointing to the men's parlor. Fox furrowed his eyebrows before giving me another bow and leaving. The next boy was in front of me, tipping his head to greet me. Hail, Garner, Your Highness. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for letting us into your home. I hope to prove myself worthy of your hand more and more each day. I cocked my head curiously. Really? And how will you do that today? He smiled.
Well, today I would let you know I come from an excellent family. My father used to be a 2.
Is that all? Undeterred, he went on.
I think it's pretty impressive.
Not as impressive as having a father who used to be a 1. His face faltered. You may go. He bowed and started to walk away. After a few steps, he looked back.
I'm sorry to have offended you, Your Highness.
And his face was so sad that I nearly told him he hadn't, but that wouldn't fall in line with my plan for the day. A parade of endlessly unmemorable boys crossed my path. A little past the halfway point, Kyle came through the line, stopping in front of me. For once, his hair was styled in such a way that I could actually see his eyes.
Your Highness,
he greeted. It's royal pain in the ass to you, sir. He chuckled. So, how have they been treating you? Your mom says the papers spilled that you lived at the palace. He shook his head in shock.
I thought that it would be an immediate invitation to be pummeled by a bunch of jealous meatheads, but it turns out most of them see me as an asset.
Oh?
They assume I know everything about you already. I've been bombarded with questions all morning.
And what are you telling them exactly? He smirked, his smile slightly crooked.
What a pleasure you are, of course. Right.
I rolled my eyes, not believing him for a second. You can go ahead.
Listen, I want to tell you I'm sorry again for calling you bratty.
I shrugged. You were upset. He nodded, accepting that excuse.
Still, it's unfair all the same. I mean, don't get me wrong, you are exceedingly spoiled.
He shook his head.
But you're tough because you have to be. You're going to be queen. And while I've seen things unfold in the palace, I've never actually had the weight of your work on me. It's not fair for me to judge.
I sighed. The polite thing would be to thank him. So fine. I would be polite. Thank you.
Sure.
There was a long pause. The men's parlor is that way, I said, pointing.
Right. See you later, I guess.
I smiled to myself, noticing as he left that he held a notebook in the hand he'd kept behind his back. Kyle looked better than usual, thanks to the mandatory makeover, but he was still an annoying little bookworm. It was clear that the gentleman after him was anything but. His caramel-colored hair was brushed back, and he walked with his hands in his pockets, as if he'd strolled down these halls before. His demeanor actually threw me for a second. Was he here to meet me, or was I here to meet him?
Your Majesty,
he greeted silkily as he sank into a bow. Highness, I corrected.
No, it's just Ian.
He cocked one cheek up into a smile.
That was awful, I said with a laugh. It was a risk I had to take. There are 34 other guys here. How else was I supposed to get you to remember me?
His gaze was intent, and if I hadn't dealt with so many politicians in my life, I might have been charmed. Very nice to meet you, sir.
And you, Your Highness. Hope to see you soon.
He was followed by a boy with a drawl so thick I had to really focus to catch his words. Another asked when he was going to be paid. There was one who was sweating so much I had to call over a butler to give me a towel for my hand once he left, and the one after him blatantly stared at my chest for the entirety of our meeting. It was an ongoing pageant of disasters. General Ledger came to my side.
In case you've lost count, this is the last one.
I threw back my head in relief.
Thank goodness. I don't think your parents will want to ask you for a follow-up, but you should go to them when you're done.
I gave him a look. If you insist. He chuckled.
Go easy on them. Your father has a lot to deal with right now.
He's got a lot to deal with. Did you see that one guy sweat?
Can you blame him? You're the princess. You have the capacity to sentence him to death if you wanted.
General Ledger had these sparkling green eyes that shimmered with mischief. One of those men who grew even more handsome as he aged. I knew it for a fact because Miss Lucy once showed me a picture of their wedding day, and he seriously only got better looking. Sometimes, if he was tired or if the weather was bad, he walked with a limp, but it never slowed him. Maybe it was because I knew how much Miss Lucy loved him, but he always seemed like a safe place. If I hadn't been nervous about him siding with Mom and Dad, I would have asked for his advice on how to get these boys to plead to go home. Something in his eyes made me think he'd know exactly how to do it. A few of them make me uneasy, I confessed. The smooth words, the leering eyes. Even though I grew up knowing I was special, I didn't like being looked at as a prize. His expression grew sympathetic.
It's a strange situation, I know, but you never have to be alone with anyone you don't like. You're free to dismiss someone for nothing more than a feeling. And even the dumbest of them wouldn't be stupid enough to hurt you, he promised. Trust me, if someone did, I'd make sure they never walked again.
He gave me a wink before moving away and signaling for the final contestant to be brought out. I was a bit confused when it wasn't one person but two. The first was dressed in a crisp suit, but the second wore only a button-up shirt. The slightly drabber one walked a few steps behind the other, his eyes trained on the floor. The first was nothing but smiles, and it looked like someone had tried to tame his hair and failed. "Hello, Highness," he greeted, his voice thick with an accent I couldn't identify. "How are you?" Confused but disarmed by his incredibly warm smile, I answered, "I'm well. It's been a long day. I'm sure it has been for you, too." Behind him, the other boy leaned forward and whispered something in garbled words I couldn't understand. The first nodded. "Oh, yes, but it's nice to meeting you." He used his hands as he spoke, trying to get the words across with his gestures. I leaned in, not understanding and somehow hoping a closer proximity would clear up his accent. "Excuse me?" The boy behind him spoke up.
"He says it's a pleasure to meet you."
I squinted, still confused.
"My name is Henry."
He bowed in greeting, and I could see in his face that he meant to do this earlier and forgot. I didn't want to be rude, so I nodded my head in acknowledgement. "Hello, Henry." He lit up at the sound of his name, and he stood there, looking back and forth between the gentleman behind him and me. "I can't help but notice your accent," I remarked in what I hoped was a friendly tone. "Where do you come from?"
Swend,"
he began, but turned to the guest with him. He nodded, carrying on in Henry's place.
"Sir Henry was born in Swendway, so he has a very strong Finnish accent."
"Oh," I replied, "and does he speak much English?" Henry piped up.
"English? No."
He didn't seem embarrassed, though. Instead, he laughed it off. "How are we supposed to get to know each other?" The translator turned to Henry.
"Miten sa tun man dui sansa?"
Henry pointed to the translator, who answered,
"Through me, it seems."
"Okay, well, I wasn't prepared for this. Was it rude for me to dismiss him? Interacting with these people one-on-one was going to be awkward enough. I wasn't prepared for a third person. In that instant, Henry's application popped back into my mind. That was why some of the words were spelled wrong. He was guessing at them. "Thank you. It's very nice to meet you too, Henry. He smiled at his name, and I got the feeling the rest of the words didn't even matter. I couldn't send him away. The men's parlor is over here. Henry bowed as his translator mumbled the instructions, and they walked away together. General Ledger? I called, burying my face in my hands.
Yes, Your Highness.
Tell Dad I'll update him in an hour. I need to take a walk. Chapter 10. We made it through the first day, the first dinner, and the first evening without further incident. As the cameras circled the dining hall, I could hear the men working them sigh in boredom. I didn't address anyone in the group, and the boys themselves seemed too nervous even to speak to one another. I could hear Dad's thoughts as clearly as if they were my own. This is dull. No one will want to see this. How will this buy us a single second, let alone 3 months? He glanced over at me a few times, begging me with his eyes to do something, anything, to make this worth enduring. I was at war with myself. I didn't want to fail him, but any warmth on my part today would set a bad precedent. They needed to know that I wasn't going to fawn over them. I told myself not to worry. In the morning, everything would change. The following day, the boys were dressed in their best, ready for the parade. An army of people swarmed on the front lawn, ready to prep us to go beyond the gates. Dad was proud of this idea, my biggest contribution to the selection so far. I thought it would be exciting to have a short parade, something never done before. I felt certain this would give everyone something to talk about.
Good morning, Your Highness,
one of the boys greeted. I remembered Ian in an instant, and after yesterday, it was no surprise he was the first one to speak to me. And to you? I walked on, not slowing. Though many of the others bowed or called my name, I only stopped to be briefed by one of the guards heading up the process.
It's a short loop, Your Highness. At under 10 miles an hour. It should take 20 to 30 minutes to make our way around. Guards are lining the route for good measure, but everyone is so excited it should be a very fun event.
I clasped my hands calmly in front of me. Thank you, officer. I appreciate your work to make this happen. He pressed his lips together, attempting to hide his proud smile.
Anything for you, Your Highness.
He went to walk away, but I called him back. The officer puffed out his chest, so pleased to be needed again. I looked around at the swarm of young men, dazed by their number, trying to make the smartest choice. I saw Henry's wild hair blowing in the wind and smiled to myself. He stood on the outside of a group, listening to what they were saying and nodding, though I was sure he couldn't understand anything going on around him. I didn't see his translator, and wondered if Henry had banished him for the day. I searched again, hunting, and found one boy who really knew how to wear a suit. It wasn't that he looked like a model, but more like he understood the fine art of tailoring and had set his butler to work immediately on his choice for the day. Also, I couldn't get over his two-toned shoes. Thank goodness I remembered his name. When I'm up there, I'd like Mr. Garner on one side and Mr. Jacopi on the other, please.
Certainly, Your Highness. I'll take care of it.
I turned and looked at the float. They'd taken the frame of one of the Christmas floats and adorned it with thousands of summer blooms. It was festive and beautiful, and the scent of the flowers permeated the air. I inhaled, and the clean, sweet smell soothed every piece of me. Over the walls, I could hear the shouts of people who had lined up for this moment. Whatever ways I'd failed last night would be more than forgotten today.
All right, gentlemen.
General Ledger's voice boomed over the din.
I need you all to line up along the path and we'll get you up safely.
Mom was in the back with Dad, who had picked up a few stray flowers that had blown off the float and stuck them in her hair. She looked at him with absolute adoration as he stepped away with his camera. He circled the group, snapping pictures. He got plenty of the boys, some of the fountain, and a couple of me. "Dad," I whispered, a little embarrassed. He winked and backed away, still taking shots, but in a less obvious way. "Your Highness," General Ledger said, placing a hand on my back. "We're going to send you a blast. I heard you wanted Henry and Hale beside you, is that right?" "Yes." "Good picks. They're polite ones. Okay, we'll be ready to go in a moment." He walked over to my mother and relayed something to her. She seemed uneasy, but General Ledger made motions with his hands, attempting to reassure her. Dad was a little harder to read from here. Either he wasn't bothered at all, or he was hiding it very well. The boys were led up the hidden ladder, and I paced as I waited for my turn. Along the wall, mixed in with a few guards and guests, I noticed Henry's translator standing, arms crossed, watching the scene. He bit at a fingernail, and I shook my head walking over. "Don't do that," I started, trying to be firm without being rude. "You don't want the cameras to catch you with your fingers in your mouth, do you?" He whipped his hand down immediately. "I'm sorry, Your Highness." "Not going up there?" I nodded toward the massive float. He smiled. "No, Your Highness. I think Henry can wave without interpretation." Still, I felt the nerves buzzing around him. "He'll be right beside me," I assured him. "I'll try to make sure he knows what's going on." The translator let out a massive sigh. "That makes this far less distressing. And he's going to be so excited. He talks about you every waking moment." I laughed. "Well, it's hardly been a day. I'm sure it'll pass." "I don't think so. He's in awe of you. Of everything, really. The experience alone is big for him. His family has worked hard to establish themselves, and that he finds himself in a place where he can have even a second of your attention, he's so happy." I looked up at Henry, straightening his tie as he waited on the front of the float. "Is that what he told you?" "Not in so many words. He's aware of how fortunate he is, and he sees so many good things in you. He goes on and on." I smiled sadly. It would have been nice if he could say as much to me. "Were you born in Swendway too?" He shook his head. "No. First generation to be born in Ilia. But my parents are trying to hold on to our old customs and things, so we live in a small Swendish community in Kent." "Like Henry?" "Yes. They're becoming more and more common. When Henry was selected, his family put out a call for a reliable translator, and I submitted my resume, flew to Soda, and now I have a new job." "So, you've only known Henry for—" "A week. But we've already spent so much time together and get along so well. I feel like I've known him for years." He spoke with a sweet affection, brotherly in a way. "I feel so rude. I don't even know your name." He bowed. "I'm Eric." "Eric?" "Yes." "Huh. I expected something a bit different." He shrugged. "Well, that's the closest translation." "Your Highness," General Ledger called, and that was my cue. "I'll watch out for him," I promised, scurrying over to the float. The ladder was a challenge. I had to conquer it while wearing heels and holding my dress with one hand, which meant I had to let go of one rung before grabbing the next, and I was particularly proud of myself for managing that on my own. I brushed back my hair as I went to my place. Henry turned to me immediately. "Hello today, Your Highness." His blonde curls were lifted by the breeze, and he smiled brightly. I touched his shoulder. "Good morning, Henry. Call me Eadlin." He scrunched his face, a little confused. "Say to you, Eadlin?" "Yes." He gave me a thumbs up, and I patted myself on the back for putting him beside me. In seconds, he left me smiling. I leaned behind Henry, looking between the others to find Eric on the ground and gave him a thumbs up too. He smiled and put a hand over his heart like he was relieved. I faced Hale. "How are you today?"
"Good,"
he said tentatively.
"Listen, I wanted to apologize again for yesterday. I didn't mean to."
I waved my hand, stopping him. No. As I'm sure you can imagine, this is a bit stressful for me."
"Yes, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes."
"I would want to be in yours," I exclaimed, looking down. "I love these."
"Thank you. Do they work all right with the tie? I like to experiment, but I'm starting to second guess."
"No, you make it all work." Hale beamed, thrilled to be past his first impression and on to the second. "So, it was you who said you'd prove yourself to me each day, yes?"
"Indeed it was."
He seemed pleased, I remembered. "And how will you do that today?" He considered.
"If you feel the slightest bit unsteady, my hand is here for you, and I promise not to let you fall."
"I like that one. You think you've got it bad. Try this in heels."
"We're opening the gates,"
someone called.
"Hold on."
I waved goodbye to Mom and Dad, then grabbed onto the bar surrounding the top of the float. It wasn't too far of a drop if someone fell, but for the 5 of us across the front, there was a chance we'd get flattened by the float if we did. Hale and Henry were steady, just as I'd hoped, but plenty of the others clapped or shouted out self-encouragements. Burke, for one, kept yelling, "We've got this," even though all he really had to do was stand and wave. The moment the gates opened, the cheering erupted. As we rounded the corner, I could see the first camp of cameras filming every second. Some people had signs supporting their favorite selected boy, or were waving the Ilian flag. "Henry, look," I said, leaning into him and pointing to a sign with his name on it. He took a moment to understand. Then when he finally saw his name, he gasped. "Hey!" He was so excited, he lifted my hand off his shoulder and kissed it. Had anyone else done that, it might have been unwelcome. But from him, the gesture felt so innocent, I wasn't bothered at all. "We love you, Princess Edelin," someone called, and I waved in the direction of the sound. "Long live the king! Bless you, Princess!" I mouthed my thanks to them for their support, and I felt encouraged. It wasn't every day that I saw my people face to face, heard their voices, and sensed how they needed us. I knew they loved me, of course. I was going to be their queen. But typically, when I did leave the palace, the focus was on Mom or Dad. It felt amazing to have so much of the affection finally centered on me. Maybe I could be as beloved as my father. The parade went on, with people calling our names and throwing flowers. It was turning out to be the spectacle I'd hoped. I couldn't have asked for anything better, until we reached the final stretch of the route. Something hit me that was clearly not a flower. I looked to see a runny egg dripping down my dress and onto my bare legs. After that, half a tomato hit me, then something else I couldn't identify. I dropped down, covering myself with my arms. "We need jobs!" someone shrieked. "The casts still live!" I peeked out and saw a cluster of people protesting and hurling their rotten food at the float. Some held angry signs they must have hidden from the guards until now, and others threw disgusting words at me, calling me things that I'd never imagined even the worst of people saying. Hale dropped down and lay in front of me, wrapping an arm around my shoulder.
"Don't worry, I've got you."
"I don't understand," I mumbled. Henry got down on one knee, trying to hit anything that came near us, and Hale guarded me without wavering, even though I heard him grunt and felt him clench up when he was hit with something heavy. I recognized General Ledger's voice shouting at the selected to get down. As soon as everyone was low and secure, the float sped up, moving faster than it was probably designed to. People who actually cared about the parade booed as we hurtled past them, stealing their opportunity to catch a glimpse of the whole entourage. I heard the float hit the gravel of the palace driveway, and the instant we came to a stop, I pulled back from Hale and jumped to my feet. I hurried to the ladder and worked my way down. "Eadlin," Mom cried. "I'm fine." Dad stood in shock.
"Love, what happened?"
"Hell if I know." I stormed off, humiliated. As if the whole thing wasn't embarrassing enough, the sad eyes of everyone around me made it even worse. Poor thing, their expressions seemed to say, and I hated their pity more than I hated the people who thought this was acceptable. I scurried through the palace, head down, hoping no one would stop me. It wasn't my lucky day, of course, because as I rounded onto the landing of the second floor, Josie was there. "Ew! What happened to you?" I didn't answer, moving even faster. Why? What had I done to deserve this? Nina was cleaning when I walked in. "Miss, help," I whimpered before bursting into tears. She came over and embraced me, getting my mess all over her pristine uniform. "Hush now, we'll clean you up. You get undressed and I'll start the bath." Why would they do this to me? Who did it? "My people," I answered in pain. "My subjects. Why would they do this?" Nina swallowed, disappointed for my sake. "I don't know." I wiped at my face and makeup, and something green came off on my hand. The tears fell again. "Let me start that bath." She scurried away, and I stood there, helpless. I knew the water would get rid of the mess, and I knew it would take away the smell, but no amount of scrubbing would ever wash away this memory. Hours later, I was scrunched up on a chair in Dad's sitting room, bundled in my coziest sweater. Despite the heat, my clothes were my only armor at the moment, and the layers made me feel safe. Mom and Dad were both drinking something a little stronger than wine, a rare occasion, though it didn't appear to be doing much for their nerves. Aaron knocked but came in before anyone answered the door. Our eyes met, and I rushed across the room, throwing my arms around him. "Sorry, Edie," he said, kissing my hair. "Thanks."
"Glad you could come, Aaron."
Dad was looking at some of the stills from the parade that the photographers had provided him, stacking them on top of several of today's papers.
"Of course."
He put his arm around my shoulder and walked me to my seat, going to stand with Dad while I curled back up into a ball. "I still can't believe this happened," Mom said, reaching the bottom of her glass. I could see her weighing in her head whether or not to have another. She decided against it. "Me either," I mumbled, still suffering under the surge of hatred those people felt for me. What did I do? "Nothing," Mom assured me, coming to sit beside me. "They're mad at the monarchy, not you. Today your face was the one they could see, and that's the one they attacked. It could have been any of us." "I felt so certain a selection would lift their mood. I thought they would delight in this." Dad stared at the pictures, still shocked. We sat silent for a while. He'd been so wrong. "Well," Aaron started, "they might have if it wasn't Eadlin." We all gaped at him. "Excuse me?" I nearly started crying all over again, pained by his cruel words. "Mom just said it could have been you or her or anyone, so why are you blaming me?" He pursed his lips, looking around the room. "Fine, we'll talk about this. If Eadlin was a typical girl, one who wasn't raised to be in control all the time, this would probably look different. But pick up any of those papers," he said, gesturing to the pile. Dad did. "In general, she comes across as distant, and every picture from last night's dinner is uncomfortable to look at. You're nearly scowling in some of them." If you were in my shoes, you'd know how hard this is. Aaron rolled his eyes at me. More than anyone, he knew I wasn't intending to pick a mate in the next few months. Mom left me and peeked over Dad's shoulder. He's right. On your own, you look like an island, and with the selected, there's no chemistry, no romance. Listen, I'm not performing for anyone. I refuse to act all dopey over a bunch of boys to entertain people. I crossed my arms, determined. 2 days in, and this was already a disaster. I knew it wouldn't work, and now I was stuck in this humiliating situation. Could they dare ask me to sink further into shame for the sake of something that clearly wasn't going to help? The room went silent, and foolishly, I thought for a moment that I'd won.
Edelyn.
I looked at Dad, trying not to be moved by the pleading in his eyes.
You promised me 3 months. We're trying hard to brainstorm on our end, but we can't extinguish that fire if we're dealing with new ones. I need you to try.
In that moment, I saw something I hadn't really noticed before. His age. Dad wasn't old by any stretch of the word, but he had done more in his lifetime than most people twice his age could even hope for. He was in a constant state of sacrifice. For Mom, for us, for his people. And he was exhausted. I swallowed, knowing that I'd need to find a way to look like I cared about the selection, if only for his sake. I assume you know how to get in touch with the press? Dad nodded.
Yes, we have trusted photographers and journalists on call.
Get a few cameras in the men's parlor tomorrow morning. I'll take care of this. Chapter 11. The next morning I skipped breakfast with my family so I could compose myself. I didn't want anyone seeing how rattled yesterday had left me, and I felt like I was building a shield around myself, one steady breath at a time. Nina was humming as she tidied my room, and it was one of the best things. Not only was she gentle with me after I came in yesterday, she didn't ask a single question or bring up the topic again. I didn't have to worry about her, which was why she couldn't leave the palace one day. What about me? I think it's a pants day, Nina, I called. She stopped humming. More black? At least a little. We shared a smile as she handed me my tight black pants, which I paired with heels that would kill me by noon. I pulled on a flowy shirt and a vest and found a tiara with jewels that matched the shirt. I was ready. I decided that I was going to do exactly what Dad had done with his selection. On his first day, he sent home at least 6 girls. I was planning to eliminate nearly twice as many. Certainly weeding out all the unlikely candidates would show how seriously I was taking this process, that the outcome was important to me. I wished there was a way to do this without the cameras, but they were a necessary evil. I had a mental list prepared, and I knew vaguely what I wanted to say, but if I made a mistake with reporters present, it would be just as bad as yesterday, meaning I needed to be perfect. Because the women's room was considered the property of the Queen, any male had to ask permission before entering. The men's parlor had been thrown together for my convenience, so no such formality stood, and I was able to complete a rather dazzling entrance by pulling the double doors open and letting the rush of wind blow back my hair. The selected all hurried to face me, some jumping to their feet or pulling themselves away from the reporters accompanying the cameras. I passed Paisley Fisher, noticing that he audibly gulped as I stopped. Smiling, I placed a hand on his shoulder. You can go. He glanced at the people beside him. Go? Yes, go. As in, thank you for your participation, but your presence at the palace is no longer required. When he lingered, I leaned in, breathing my instructions. The longer you stay, the more embarrassing it becomes. You should leave. I pulled back, noting the marked anger in his eyes as he slowly left the room. I couldn't figure out why he was so vexed. It wasn't as if I'd kicked him or shouted. I internally praised myself for getting rid of someone so childish and tried to remember my list. Who was next? Oh, this one was well-deserved. Blakely, isn't it? His voice squeaked and he started again.
Yes, Your Highness.
When we met, you couldn't stop staring at my breasts. His face went pale, as if he seriously thought he was so subtle no one would notice. Make sure you get an equally satisfactory look at my backside as you leave. I made sure to address him loud enough that the cameras and the other boys would hear. Hopefully his humiliation would prevent others from thinking they could behave similarly. He ducked his head and left the room. I stopped in front of Jamal. You can leave. Next to him, Connor was breaking out into a sweat again. You can join him. They shared a confused look and left together, shaking their heads. I came upon Kyle next. Unlike most of the others, he didn't avert his eyes. On the contrary, he stared into mine, and I could see him pleading for me to end his misery and get him out of here. I might have, if I didn't think his mother would kill me, as I would surely have to make him leave the palace, and if I hadn't seen his name on the most signs yesterday. Of course, Kyle was the hometown pick, so maybe the crowd was biased. Still, I couldn't get rid of him. Not yet. Beside him, Hale swallowed. I remembered how he'd protected me during the parade, knowing he'd taken hits that were intended for me, some of which had seemed rather painful. I came near and spoke softly. Thank you for yesterday. You were very brave.
It was nothing,
he assured me,
though the suit couldn't be saved.
He said it jokingly, trying to make the whole thing seem like less of an issue than it was. Shame. I lowered my eyes and continued walking. I didn't think the cameras would have picked up the conversation, but I knew they'd see our smiles. I wondered what would be made of that. Isher, I said to a slick-haired, gangly young man. No, thank you. He didn't even question it. He blushed and fled as quickly as he could. I heard a mumbling and wondered who would dare to speak right now. As I whipped my head around, I saw Henry's translator relaying the scene in Henry's ear as quickly and quietly as he could. Henry's eyes were stressed, but when he finished listening, he looked up at me and smiled. He had such a goofy little grin, and his hair curled in a way that he looked like he was playing a game while standing still. Ugh. I had intended to end his suffering and send him home, but he looked far too pleased to be here. Some of them had to stay anyway, and Henry was harmless. I simply flicked my hand as I passed Nolan and announced to Jamie that his request for a payout was the most offensive way to introduce himself. I continued to stalk around the room, checking to make sure I covered everyone I wanted gone. The reactions of the spared boys ranged from interesting to bizarre. Holden kept swallowing, waiting for the bomb to drop, while Jack smiled in a strange way, almost as if he found this all entertaining or exciting. I finally came up to Ian, who didn't look away, but chose to wink at me. I noticed he was sitting alone, with only a leather-bound journal and pen to keep him company. Not here to make friends, it seemed. A wink is a bit bold, don't you think? I asked quietly.
What princess would want a man by her side who wasn't bold?
I raised an eyebrow, amused. You're not at all worried about being overconfident, are you?
No, it's who I am, and I don't intend to hide anything from you.
There was something almost frightening about his presence, but I liked that he had the nerve to be real. I noted the camera coming to hover behind him, trying to capture my expression, and I shook my head at him, suppressing a smirk. I moved on, adding Arizona, Brady, Polly, and McKendrick to the ranks of the evicted. If I'd counted correctly, that was 11 gone. Once the eliminated had all left, I went to the door, turning to face the remaining candidates. If you're still here, that means you've done something between our first meeting and now to impress me, or have at least had the common sense not to offend me. Some smiled, probably thinking of Blakely, while others stood there stunned. I want to encourage you all to be deliberate, because I take this very seriously. This isn't a game, gentlemen. This is my life. I pulled the doors shut behind me and heard the flurry of activity pick up in my wake. Some laughed or sighed, while someone simply repeated, "Oh my goodness," again and again. The reporters' voices rose above them all, encouraging them to recount their feelings on the first elimination. Letting out a long breath, I walked away feeling confident. I'd taken a decisive step, and Dad could rest easy now, knowing the selection was properly underway and that I wouldn't let him down. To make up for the lackluster first evening and the complete absence of interaction after the parade yesterday, the boys were invited that night to a pre-dinner tea to meet the household and, of course, speak with me, their beloved would-be bride. Mom and Dad were there, along with Aaron, Caden, and Austin. Josie came with the Woodworks, who were working very hard not to hover over their son, and Miss Lucy was circling the room, not really speaking to anyone, but looking lovely. She never seemed to care for crowds. I'd changed into a gown for dinner and put on another pair of toe-destroying heels. I was still riding my post-elimination buzz, so pleased to be making steps to help Dad. It dwindled quickly, though, as Aaron walked toward me with a warning glare in his eyes.
"What in the world did you do to them?"
he asked accusingly. "Nothing," I vowed. "I held an elimination. I wanted to show everyone that this was important to me, like Dad." Aaron pressed his palm into his forehead.
"Have you had your nose buried in reports all day?"
"Of course I have," I replied. "You might not have noticed, but that's kind of my job." Aaron leaned in.
"The clips on the news have painted you to be a Black Widow. Your face was smug as you kicked them out, and you got rid of a third of them, Edelin. That doesn't make the candidates look important. It makes them look disposable."
I could feel the blood draining from my face as Aaron continued in a whisper.
"2 of them have asked in the most circumspect and quiet ways possible if there was a chance that you prefer women."
I let out a sound that wasn't quite a laugh. Of course, because the only way I could possibly like men is if I bowed down at their feet.
"This isn't the time to make a stand, Edelin. You need to be gracious."
"Pardon me, Your Highness." Aaron and I both turned at the sound of our title, and I found myself with a reporter in my face, her eyes and smile bordering on manic. "I hate to interrupt, but I was wondering if I could have a brief interview with the princess before my deadline." The reporter showed her teeth again, and I couldn't stop myself from feeling I was about to be eaten alive, either figuratively or literally.
"She'd be happy to,"
Aaron offered, kissing my forehead as he disappeared. My pulse sped. I hadn't prepared myself for this. But of all the things that could happen right now, I refused to let the public see me sweat. "Your Highness, you eliminated 11 suitors today. Do you think this cut was a bit drastic?" I squared my shoulders and gave her a sweet grin. "I can certainly see why some might think that," I answered generously. "But this is a very important decision. I don't think it would be wise to spend time on young men who are rude or unimpressive. I'm hoping with a smaller pool, I'll be able to get to know these gentlemen much better." I scanned the words in my head. Nothing humiliating or incriminating in there. "Yes, but why were you so harsh? For a few, you simply said no or flicked your hand." I tried not to let the worry show on my face. At the time, those things had seemed kind of funny. "When my father is stern, no one chastises him. I don't think it's fair that when I act similarly, I'm seen as cruel. I'm making a huge decision, and I'm trying to be wise about it." While I wanted to scream those words, I said them with the voice I'd been trained to use in interviews, and I even managed to smile through most of it. "But one of them cried after you left the room," she informed me. "What?" I asked, worrying that my face was growing paler by the second. "One of the selected cried when the elimination ended. Do you think that's a normal response, or that maybe you elicited it by being severe with them?" I swallowed, scrambling for anything to say. "I have 3 brothers. They all cry, and I can assure you, the reasons rarely make sense to me." She chuckled. "So you don't think you were too hard on them?" I knew what she was doing, digging at the same question until I snapped. She was very close to getting the better of me. "I can't imagine what it would be like on the other end of the selection process, and to be removed so early on, but besides my father, no one here knows what it's like to be on this side of it either. I'm going to do my best to find a worthy husband, and if that man can't handle a harsh word or two, he definitely wouldn't make it as a prince. Trust me on that." I reached out and touched her arm, as if this was gossip or a joke. It was a disarming technique. "Speaking of suitors, I hope you'll excuse me. I need to go spend some time with them." She opened her mouth to ask another question, but I turned away, holding my head high. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't go straight to the drinks. I couldn't unleash every swear word I knew into the air, and I couldn't run into the arms of my parents. I had to look content. So I walked around the room, smiling and batting my lashes at the boys as I passed them. I noticed those small things alone made them grin at me or change their posture. Instead of retreating, their expressions softened, and I could see these tiny moments of gentleness were erasing their memories of this morning in the men's parlor already. I wished with everything I had that the public would let it slide as quickly as the boys did. I figured eventually one of them would be brave enough to speak to me, and it turned out that person was Heir.
"So, we're at a tea party,"
he said, falling into step beside me.
"What kind of tea does the princess like best?"
He sipped from his own cup, smiling shyly. Heir had an effortless warmth about him, similar to Miss Marley, and it was easy to hold a conversation with him. At the moment, I was more grateful he was the first one to approach me than he could have ever guessed. He'd rescued me twice now. It depends on my mood, or the season. Like, I can't seem to enjoy a white tea during the winter, but black tea is a good staple.
"Agreed."
Heir stood there nodding. "I heard someone cried after I left today. Is that true?" Heir's eyes widened and he let out a whistle.
"Yeah, it was Leland. I thought he'd broken a bone or something. Took us nearly an hour to calm him down."
"What happened?"
"You happened. You come in, prowling around the room, eliminating people at random. I guess he has a timid disposition, and you really shook him."
I spotted Leland standing alone in a corner. If I was sincerely looking for a husband, he'd be gone already. I was a little surprised he hadn't asked to leave. I think it came out more callously than I'd intended. Heir laughed once.
"You don't have to be callous at all. We all know who you are and what you can do. We respect that."
"Tell that to the guy who asked when he was getting paid," I muttered. He didn't have a response for that, and I felt bad for bringing our conversation to a halt. "So, what is it today?" I asked, trying to regain my composure.
"I'm sorry?"
"How are you proving yourself to me today?" He smiled.
"Today, it's my promise never to bring you white tea in the winter."
He didn't say goodbye or bow, but walked away, seeming hopeful. Over his shoulder, Baden caught my eye. My first impression of him had nothing to do with our initial conversation. I only saw him as the boy Aunt May thought had promise. I could tell he was debating whether or not to walk over. I looked down at the floor and peeked his way from under my lashes. I felt foolish trying to play this part, but it worked, and he started to cross the floor. I thought back to the interviewer, musing over how funny it was that I'd been taught plenty of disarming techniques for interviews or negotiations, but when it came to boys, I was left to figure it out alone. Baden looked eager to speak to me, but we were both shocked when another boy coming from a different direction arrived at us at the exact same moment.
"Gunnar,"
Baden greeted.
"How are you enjoying the party?" "It's excellent. I was just coming to thank Her Highness for hosting it. It's been a pleasure to meet your younger brothers."
"Oh dear, what did they do?" Baden laughed, and Gunnar tried to suppress a smile.
"Austin is awfully energetic."
I sighed. I blame my parents. It seems that by the time you get to your fourth child, your desire to instill certain values goes out the window.
"I like him, though. Hope he'll be around."
It's hard to say. Austin's the hardest to keep tabs on. Even his nanny, whom he despises, by the way, can't keep up with him. Either he's causing chaos or he's hiding. Baden jumped in. I wondered if he was trying to flirt or just seem brave.
"Those two moods are so different. Is everyone in your family like that?"
I knew what he was asking. Was I the kind of girl who aimed to find solace or cause a stir with no in-between? Unquestionably. Baden nodded.
"Good to know. I'll buy a shield and some binoculars."
And darn it, I giggled. I didn't mean to, but I did. I tried not to be upset for letting my guard down. Hopefully it would make for some good pictures. I curtsied and continued around the space. I saw Henry across the room, Eric shadowing his every step. When our eyes met, he began walking my way immediately, grinning from ear to ear.
"Hello, hyvää iltaa."
He kissed my cheek, which again would have been shocking from anyone else.
He says good evening.
"Oh, hyvät iltaa," I mumbled, attempting to duplicate his words. He chuckled as I butchered his language.
"Good, good."
Was he always this cheerful? I turned to Eric. How bad was it really? His tone was kind, but he wasn't going to lie.
"I'm sorry to say, there was no way I could have even guessed at what that was."
I smiled genuinely. The pair of them were so unassuming. And considering how alienated Henry must have felt, that was saying something. Before I could continue the conversation, Josie was beside me. "Great party, Edelyn. You're Henry, right? I've seen your picture," she said in a rush, sticking her hand out to greet him. He must have been confused, but he accepted the gesture all the same. "I'm Josie. Edelyn and I are practically sisters," she gushed. "Except that we're not related at all," I added. Eric tried to convey everything to Henry quickly and quietly, which distracted Josie. "Who are you?" she asked. "I don't remember seeing your picture."
"I'm Sir Henry's translator. He only speaks Finnish."
Josie looked incredibly disappointed. I realized that she must have come over because she found Henry attractive. He certainly seemed younger than most of the others, and did have that happy-go-lucky air about him, which she must have thought suited her better than me. "So," she began, "how does he, even live?" Without even checking with Henry, Eric spoke up.
"If you're practically Her Highness's sister, then I'm sure the palace has afforded you an excellent education. So, of course, you know the relations between Ilya and Swendway are old and strong, drawing many Swendish people to settle here, making small communities and vice versa. It's not difficult at all." I pressed my lips together, trying not to grin at how articulately he put Josie in her place. Josie nodded. "Oh, of course. And that was as hard as she was willing to try. "Excuse me." "I'm sorry."
I whispered once she was out of earshot. "It has nothing to do with you two. She's just terrible."
No offense taken,
Eric replied honestly. He conversed back and forth for a moment with Henry in Finnish, presumably catching him up on what just happened. "Pardon me, I need to speak with someone, but I'll see you at dinner." I curtsied and left them, searching for any sort of retreat. I'd been totally thrown off by that interview earlier, and I was proud that I pulled myself back together in the aftermath, but Josie had the ability to ruffle me without fail. I saw Mom alone and rushed over to her, hoping for some solace. Instead, I was greeted by a glare similar to Aaron's when I'd first come in.
"Why didn't you tell us that was what you were going to do?"
she asked quietly, holding a smile as if nothing was wrong. I did the same as I answered. "I thought it would be good. That's what Dad did."
"Yes, but he did it on a much smaller scale and privately. You put their shame on display. No one will admire you for that."
I huffed. "I'm sorry. Really, I didn't realize." She put an arm around me.
"I don't mean to be hard on you. We know you're trying."
Just then, a photographer came up to get a candid photo of us talking. I wondered what the headline for that one would be. Something about the selected teaching the selector, maybe. What am I supposed to do now? She looked around the room, double-checking that no one could hear.
"Just consider a little romance. Nothing scandalous, for goodness sake," she added quickly. "But watching you fall in love, that's what the people want to see."
I can't make that happen. I can't.
"America, dear,"
Dad called. It looked like Austin had spilled something on himself, and Mom rushed over to lead him away. I would have bet money that whatever just happened was a deliberate attempt on Austin's part to get out of the room. I stood there alone, trying to be inconspicuous as I scanned the room. Too many strangers. Too many eyes watching and waiting for me to perform. I was ready for the selection to be over about 4 hours ago. I took a deep breath. 3 months would buy me freedom. I could do this. I had to. I walked across the room deliberately, knowing who I needed to speak to. Once I found him, I leaned in and spoke in his ear. "Come to my room, 8 o'clock sharp. Tell no one." Chapter 12. I paced as I waited for the knock to come. Kyle was really the only person I could trust with this task, though I was loath to ask him. I was prepared to strike a bargain, but I wasn't sure what I could offer him yet. I felt confident he'd have his own ideas. The raps on the door were quiet, and I could almost hear the question in them. What am I doing here? I pulled the door open, and there, right on time, was Kyle.
"Your Highness," he said with a comical bow. "I've come to sweep you off your feet."
"Hardy har. Get in here." Kyle walked in and surveyed my shelves.
"Last time I was in your room, you had a collection of wooden ponies."
"Outgrew that."
"But not being a bossy tyrant."
"Nope. Just like you didn't outgrow being an insufferable bookworm."
"Is this how you went over all your dates?"
I smirked. "More or less. Sit down. I have a proposition for you." He spotted the wine I'd provided and wasted no time in pouring himself a glass.
"You want some?"
I sighed. "Please, we'll both need it." He paused, eyeing me before continuing.
"No, I'm nervous. What do you want?"
I took my glass, trying to remember how I wanted to explain this to him. "You know me, Kyle. You've known me my whole life."
"True. In fact, I was thinking yesterday that I have a vague recollection of you running around in nothing but a diaper. It was a good look."
I rolled my eyes and tried not to laugh. "Anyway, you, to some degree, understand my personality, who I am when the cameras aren't rolling. He sipped, contemplating my words.
I think I understand you when they're on as well, but please continue.
I hadn't thought about that, how he'd seen me go through the many phases of growing up, both on and off screen. There was a switch I had to flip when I was on display, and he knew it. The selection wasn't my idea, but it's something I need to put my best effort into. I think I am, personally, but the public expects me to be a giddy little girl next to all of you, and I don't think I can do that. I can't act stupid.
Actually,
don't. He smiled wickedly and took another sip of his wine. You're such a pain. Why am I even bothering?
No, go on. You don't want to act stupid.
He set down his glass and leaned forward. I took a breath, hunting for the words again. They want romance, but I'm not prepared to behave like that publicly. At least, not when I haven't truly connected with someone. Still, I need to give them something. I ducked my head and peeked up at him from under my lashes.
Like what exactly?
A kiss.
A kiss?
Just a little one. And you're the only person I can ask, because you'd know it wasn't real and things wouldn't get complicated. And I'm willing to give you something in return. He raised his eyebrows.
What?
I shrugged. Whatever you want, really. Within reason. I can't offer you a country or anything.
Could you talk to my mom? Help get me out of here.
And go where exactly?
Anywhere.
He sighed desperately.
My mom. I don't know what happened that made her so crazy loyal to your parents, but she's got it in her head that this is our home forever. Do you know how much work it took for me to get out of here and take that one accelerated course? I want to travel. I want to build. I want to do more than read about things. Sometimes I think one more day behind these walls might kill me.
I get that, I whispered, not thinking. I straightened up. I can make it happen. As soon as an opportunity becomes available, I will help convince your parents that you need to leave the palace. He paused a second, then threw back the rest of his wine.
One kiss?
Just one.
When?
Tonight. There will be a photographer waiting down the hall at 9, hopefully very well hidden, because I'd like to pretend he isn't there. Kyle nodded.
Fine. One kiss.
Thank you. We sat in silence, watching the hands on the clock. After 3 minutes, I couldn't take it anymore. What do you mean you want to build things? He lit up.
That's what I study. Architecture and design. I like dreaming up structures, figuring out how to make them, and sometimes how to make them particularly beautiful.
That's actually really interesting, Kyle.
I know.
He gave one of his crooked smiles, just like his dad's, and it was fun to see how excited he was about it.
Do you want to see?
See what?
Some of my designs. I have them in my room. My old one, not my selected one. So they're just down the hall.
Sure. I took one last sip of wine and followed him out. Except for a guard or two, the hallway was empty as Kyle and I made our way to his room. He opened the door and flicked on the lights, and I had to stop myself from gasping. He was a mess. His bed wasn't made, there were clothes amassed in a corner, and several dirty plates were piled on his side table.
I know what you're thinking. How does he keep it so immaculate?
He read my mind, I said, trying not to appear completely repulsed. At least it didn't smell bad.
About a year ago, I asked the staff to stop cleaning for me. I do it myself, but the selection kind of caught me off guard, so I just left it how it was.
He started kicking objects under his bed and trying to pull the things within his reach a little straighter. Why don't you let them clean?
I'm a grown man. I can take care of myself.
I didn't think he meant that as a dig at me, but it stung all the same.
Anyway, this is my workspace.
In the far corner of the room, the walls were covered in pictures and posters of everything from skyscrapers to mud huts. His desk was overflowing with prints he'd drawn up, and models built from wooden scraps and thin strips of metal. "Did you make all these?" I asked, gently touching a structure that slightly twisted as it went upward.
Yep, concept, design. I'd love to create real buildings one day. I'm studying, but there's only so much I can learn without getting my hands on things, you know?
Kyle. I took in all of it. The colors and lines, the amount of time and thought that must have gone into each of them. This is amazing.
It's just me fooling around.
No, don't do that. Don't make it seem like less than it is. I could never do something like this.
Sure you could.
He went over and pulled out a ruler shaped like a T and laid it over something he was already working on.
See? It's just a matter of looking at the lines and doing the math.
Ugh, more math. I do enough of that as it is. He laughed.
But this is fun math.
Fun math is an oxymoron. Kyle and I moved to his couch, and we went through a few books of his favorite architects, studying their styles. He seemed particularly interested in how some worked with the land around them, and others worked against it.
I mean, look at that,
he said enthusiastically, after nearly every page. I couldn't believe it had taken me all these years to see this side of him. He tucked himself inside a shell, shutting himself away from others here, because the palace had trapped him. Behind the books and the snippy remarks, there was a curious, engaging, and sometimes very charming person. I felt like I'd been lied to. Was someone going to pop around the corner and tell me Josie was really a saint? Eventually, Kyle looked down to his watch.
It's 9:10.
Oh, we should go then. But I didn't want to get up. Kyle's messy room was one of the most comfortable places I'd ever been.
Yeah.
Kyle closed the book and put it back on the shelf. Even though that corner was as haphazard as the rest of the room, I could see the care he took with it. I waited for him by the door, suddenly nervous.
Here,
he said, offering his hand.
It's the end of a date, right?
I placed my hand in his. Thanks for showing me your work, and for doing this. I promise to pay you back.
I know.
He opened the door and walked me down the hall. When do you think we last held hands? I wondered out loud.
Probably a game of Red Rover or something.
Probably. We were quiet as we headed toward my room. When we reached it, I turned back to Kyle and watched as he swallowed. Nervous? I whispered.
Nah.
He smiled, but he also fidgeted.
So, good night.
Kyle leaned down, lips meeting mine, holding them there. Then his lips parted and closed, and parted again. I drew a breath in the moment between kisses, sensing he would come back again. He did, and thank goodness, because I hadn't been kissed like this before and I needed more. The few times I'd kissed boys were rushed, sloppy moments hiding in a coat room or behind a statue. But this, with so much air around us and no one coming to check on me, it was different. I leaned into Kyle, still holding him, and he brought up his free hand and cupped my cheek. He held my lips to his for what felt like forever before pulling back. And even when he did pull away, his nose stayed right against mine, so close that when he whispered, I could smell what was left of the wine on his breath.
Do you think that was enough?
I don't know.
Just to be sure.
He pressed his mouth to mine again, and I was so surprised to get another kiss like that. It felt like my bones were turning into mush, I wrapped my fingers up into his hair, shocked at myself for having the urge to hold him in that pose all night. He pulled back again, looking into my eyes, and there was something different. Was he feeling that funny warmth creep into his arms and chest and head too? "Thank you," I murmured.
"Anytime.
He shook his head, laughing at himself.
You know what I mean."
"Good night, Kyle."
"Good night, Edelin."
He gave me a quick kiss on the cheek before heading toward the stairs that led back to his temporary quarters. I watched him go, and told myself that the only reason I was smiling like that was because the cameras were hidden somewhere, not because of anything Kyle Woodwork had done. Chapter 13. So, I think I managed to distract everyone for a while. I held on to Aaron's arm as we walked through the garden. I'll say. Aaron made a smart little face at me, and I fought the urge to hit him.
How was it?
At that, I really did hit him. You pig. A lady never tells.
Well, is a real lady meant to be photographed kissing her suitor in the dark?
I shrugged. Either way, it worked. The pictures of Kyle and me were gobbled up like food, just as predicted. It felt a little strange that this was what people were hungry for, but it didn't really matter as long as they were satisfied. The reactions to the kiss ranged, though. A handful of the papers thought it was sweet, but the majority of them were displeased that I was so willing to give up a kiss this early in the competition. One of the gossip magazines even had a back and forth with two of their biggest reporters over whether I was loose for giving such a kiss, or if it was sweet because I'd known Kyle since birth. I tried to shrug it off. There would be other things to talk about soon enough. I dug a few pages in, I said, turning back to Aaron. Not a single report of post-caste discrimination.
So, what are your plans for today? Going to make the boys cry again?
I rolled my eyes. It was only one, and I don't know. Maybe I won't visit them today.
Nope,
Aaron blurted, moving us to a new path.
So help me, Edelin. If I have to drag you by your hair through this, I will. But you actually got to participate in the selection.
I let my arm slip away from his. I can't help feeling there's no way it was this hard for Dad.
Have you asked him?
No, and I don't think I can. Just recently, both he and Mom have been giving me more details, thinking it might be helpful. I feel like they must have held those things close to them for a reason, and it seems rude to ask. Besides, I don't know that any two people in this situation would handle it the exact same way, and I really don't want to know if Dad cared about anyone besides Mom.
Isn't that a strange thought?
He sat on a nearby stone bench.
Some other woman could have been our mother.
No, I countered, joining him. We only exist because they found each other. Any other combination would not have created the two of us.
You're messing with my head, Edie.
Sorry. The situation is throwing me off. I traced my finger around the stone. I get why the concept sounds appealing. That somewhere out there my perfect match could be waiting for me, and by chance I could pull his name and meet him and fall madly in love. But then there's the feeling of being a prize horse, that I'm being judged more so than usual. And when I look at all these boys, they seem foreign in comparison to the type of people I generally encounter, and I don't think I like it. The whole thing makes me feel unsettled. Aaron was quiet for a while, and I could see he was carefully choosing words, which made me nervous. I wasn't sure if that was a twin thing or a bond exclusive to Aaron and me, but it was almost physical when we were at odds. It felt like a rubber band pulling tight between us.
Listen, Edie, I know this might have been the wrong way to go about it, but I do think it's good for you to have someone in your life. I've been with Camille a long time, and even if everything ended tomorrow, I'd be a better person because of her. There are some things you don't learn about yourself until you let someone else into the most intimate places of your heart.
How can you two even manage to do that, You spend almost all of your time apart." He grinned.
"She's my soulmate. I know it."
"I don't think soulmates are real," I said, examining my shoes. "You happen to meet a French princess because you only ever meet royalty, and you like her more than anyone else. Your true soulmate could be milking a cow right now, and you'd never know."
"You're always so down on her."
His tone made the invisible rubber band stretch again. "I'm simply discussing possibilities."
"In the meantime, you have dozens of possibilities in front of you and refuse to look at them."
I snorted. "Did Dad put you up to this?"
"No. I think you should look at this with an open mind. You're one of the most isolated people in the country, but that doesn't mean your walls have to be up all the time. You need to experience a romantic relationship at least once in your life."
"Hey, I've experienced romantic relationships."
"A picture in the paper does not count as a relationship," he said heatedly. "Neither does making out with Laurent Troyes at that Christmas ball in Paris."
I gasped. "How do you know about that?"
"Everyone knows about that."
"Even Mom and Dad?"
"Dad doesn't know. Well, unless Mom told him, because I'm positive she does."
I buried my face and made some screechy sound that encapsulated my complete humiliation.
"All I'm saying is, this could be good for you."
That line pushed all the shame out of my body and replaced it with rage. Everyone keeps saying that. It might be good for me. What does that even mean? I'm smart and beautiful and strong. I don't need to be rescued. Aaron shrugged.
"Maybe not, but you never know if one of them might need to be."
I stared at the grass, considering that. I shook my head. "What are you doing, Aaron? What's with the sudden change of heart? I thought you were on my side." I saw a flicker of something in his eyes before he pushed it away and put an arm around me.
"I am, Edelyn. You, Mom, and Camille are the most important women in my life. So please understand me when I say that sometimes I wonder how happy you are."
"I'm happy, Aaron. I'm the princess. I have everything."
"I think you're mistaking comfort for joy."
His words vaguely reminded me of my recent chat with Mom. Aaron rubbed my arm and stood, brushing off his suit.
"I promised Caden I'd help with his French lesson. Just think about all this, okay? Maybe I'm wrong. It certainly wouldn't be the first time."
We shared a smile. I nodded. "I'll think about it." He gave me a wink.
"Go on a date or something. You need to get a life."
I stood outside the door to the men's parlor pacing, worrying I was wasting time. After my talk with Aaron, I really should have gone straight to the office. Truthfully, I was looking forward to getting back to the normal monotony of shuffling papers. But his words, above anyone else's, made me wonder if I should at least try. And not the fake trying I was planning for the cameras, but genuine effort. I told myself that I would have to date them eventually anyway. It was the bare minimum of what I'd need to do. It didn't mean I was choosing anyone. I was just keeping my promise to Dad and doing what the people expected. Sighing, I handed the envelope to the butler. "Okay, go ahead." He bowed before he left, and I waited outside. I decided I wasn't going to barge into the men's parlor again. I wanted the selected to be on their toes, but everyone needed a retreat now and then. I knew that better than anybody. A moment later, the butler returned, holding the door as Hale stepped out. Two things passed through my head as he approached. First, I wondered what Kyle would think, which, admittedly, was odd. Second, it was obvious Hale still didn't know what to make of me, because he was very cautious as he came to a stop about 2 feet away and bowed.
"Your Highness."
I clasped my hands in front of me. "You may call me Edelyn." There was a hint of a smile in his eyes.
"Edelyn?"
"No one in the world is as powerful as you. I was wondering if you'd like to join me for dessert tonight after dinner."
"Just you and me?"
I sighed. Was there someone else you wanted to invite? Do you need a translator as well?
No,
he said, a real smile coming across his face.
I'm just pleasantly surprised, I guess.
Oh. It was a pathetic response to such a sweet admission, but I simply wasn't prepared. Hale stood there, his hands jammed in his pockets, beaming, and it was hard to think of him as another person I'd just sent home. Anyway, I'll come by your room about 20 minutes after dinner, and we'll go to one of the parlors upstairs.
Sounds great. See you tonight.
I started walking. See you tonight. I was a little bothered because I was looking forward to it now. His anticipation was kind of cute. But worse than the feeling that the selection was getting to me was the triumphant look on Hale's face when he caught me peeking back at him. Chapter 14. Would it be strange if I changed dresses between dinner and dessert? Was he going to change clothes? I'd been wearing tiaras for the last few days, but was it inappropriate if I wore one on a date? On a date. This was too far out of my comfort zone. I felt so vulnerable, which I couldn't understand. I had interacted with plenty of young men. I did have that spectacular interlude with LaRon at that Christmas party, and Jameson Ackers fed me a strawberry lip-to-lip hidden behind a tree at a picnic. I'd even made it through last night with Kyle, though that was nothing close to a real date. I had met all 35 of the selected candidates and stood tall through every minute. Not to mention, I helped run an entire country. Why was one date with one boy making me so anxious? I decided that yes, I would change. And I put on a yellow dress that was longer in the back than in the front, which I paired with a navy belt, so it looked a little less, I'm ready for the garden party, and a little more, let's go out. And no tiara. Why had I even considered it? I gave my reflection a once-over, and reminded myself that he was trying to win me over, not the other way around. I jumped at the knock on the door. I still had 5 minutes, and I was supposed to go to him. He was throwing off my entire preparation strategy, and so help me, I'd send him away and start all over again if I had to. Without waiting for an answer, Aunt May poked her head in, Mom smiling right behind her. Aunt May! I ran over and crushed her in a hug. What are you doing here? I figured you could use some extra support, so I came back. And I'm here to make this whole thing more awkward than it has to be, Mom promised with a smile. I laughed nervously. I'm not used to this. I don't know what to do. Aunt May cocked an eyebrow. According to the papers, you're doing very well. I blushed. That was different. It wasn't an actual date. It didn't mean anything. But this does? She asked, her voice gentle. I shrugged. It's not the same. I know everyone says this, Mom began, pushing back my hair. But it's the best advice I can give you. Be yourself. That was easier said than done, because who was I really? One half of a set of twins, the heir to a throne, one of the most powerful people in the world, the biggest distraction in the country. Never just daughter, never just girl. Don't take any of this too seriously. Aunt May fixed her own hair in the mirror before turning back to me. You should just enjoy yourself. I nodded. She makes a good point, Mom agreed. It's not as if we want you to choose someone today. You have time here, so have fun meeting some new people. Goodness knows that's a rarity for you. True. It just feels awkward. I'm going to be alone with him, and then he'll tell all the other guys about it, and then we'll have to talk about it on TV. It sounds harder than it is. Most of the time it's funny, Mom insisted. I tried to imagine teenage her, blushing and talking about her dates with Dad. So you didn't mind it? She pursed her lips together, studying the ceiling as she thought.
Well, it was harder in the beginning. I was very hesitant to be the center of attention. But you're brilliant at that, so treat this like any other party or event you'd give an interview about.
May looked at her.
It's not exactly like a post-Grateful Feast recap, she pointed out before focusing on me. But your mother is right about you being better in the spotlight. She was embarrassing at your age. Thanks, May. Mom rolled her eyes. Anytime.
I chuckled, wishing briefly that I had just one sister. Mom's other sister, Aunt Kenna, died years ago of a heart condition. Uncle James was a simple man, so he didn't want to raise Astra and Leo in the palace, even though we offered several times. We kept in touch, of course, but Astra and I were very different girls. Still, I remembered all too clearly the way Mom had spent a week in bed holding May and Grandma Singer after Kenna passed away. More and more, I wondered if losing a sister was like Mom losing part of herself. I knew it would feel like that for me if anything happened to Aaron. Aunt May elbowed Mom and they shared a smile. They never really fought, not over anything that truly mattered, and the two of them soothed my worries. They were right. This was nothing.
You're going to do great, Mom said. You don't know how to fail.
She gave me a wink, and I felt myself stand taller. I checked the clock. I should go. Thanks for coming, I said, taking Aunt May's hand.
No problem.
I hugged her at the door and then headed downstairs. When I got to Hale's room, I paused and drew in a deep breath before I knocked. He answered, not his butler, and he seemed thrilled to see me.
You look fantastic, he said.
Thank you, I answered, smiling in spite of myself.
So do you.
He'd changed too, which made me feel much more comfortable, and I liked what he'd done with himself. His tie was gone, and he had his top button undone. Between that and the vest, he looked cute. Hale tucked his hands into his pockets.
So, where are we going?
I pointed down the hall. This way, up to the 4th floor. He rocked on his feet a few times, then hesitantly held out his arm for me.
Lead the way.
All right, I began as we walked toward the stairs. I know the basic facts. Hale Garner, 19 years old, Belcourt. But those entry forms are a little cut and dried. So what's your story? He chuckled.
Well, I too am the oldest in my family.
Really?
Yes, 3 boys. Ugh, I feel bad for your mother.
He smiled.
She doesn't mind. We remind her of Dad. So when one of us is a little too loud or laughs at something he would have, she'll sigh and say we're just like him.
I was afraid to ask, but I wanted to be clear. Are your parents divorced? I asked, doubting that was the case.
No, he passed away.
I'm sorry, I said, feeling mortified that I'd indirectly insulted his memory.
It's okay. Not one of those things you know without being told.
Can I ask when he died?
About 7 years ago. I know this will sound weird, but sometimes I'm jealous of my youngest brother. Beau was about 6 when it happened, and he remembers Dad, but not the way I do, you know? Sometimes I wish I didn't have so much to miss.
I'd be willing to bet he's jealous of you for the opposite reason. He gave me a sad smile.
I never thought about that.
We turned up the main stairs, focusing on our steps. When we got to the landing on the 4th floor, I started again. What does your mother do? Hale swallowed.
Right now, she's working as a secretary at the local university. Well, it's been hard for her to hold down a good job. But she likes this one, and she's had it for a long time. I just realized I began that sentence with right now, because I was used to her switching a lot, but she hasn't done that for a while. Like I said when we met, my dad was a 2. He was an athlete. Went in for surgery on his knee, but there was a clot and it made its way to his heart. Mom had never worked a day in her life. Between her parents and Dad, she was taken care of. After we lost him, all she was good at was being a basketball player's wife.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I was so grateful when we came upon the parlor. How had Dad managed this? How did he sift through all those girls, testing them to find his wife? Getting to know one person was already wearing me out, and we weren't even 5 minutes into our first date.
Wow,
Hale whispered, admiring the setup. From the fourth-floor parlors at the front of the palace, you could just barely look out over the walls. Angelus in the evening let out a beautiful glow, and I'd asked for the parlor lights to be dimmed so we could really see it. There was a small table in the middle of the room that had various cakes on it, and a dessert wine was waiting on the side. I'd never tried to set up a romantic evening before, but I thought I did a good job for my first try. Hale pulled out my chair before joining me at the table. I didn't know what you liked, so I got several. These are chocolate, obviously, I said, pointing to the dozens of tiny cakes. Then lemon, vanilla, and cinnamon. Hale stared at the piles of treats in front of us, like I'd actually given him something huge.
Listen, I don't want to be rude, he said, but if there's anything you want, you should grab it now, because there's a serious chance I will demolish these.
I laughed. Help yourself. He picked up one of the chocolate cakes and popped the whole thing into his mouth. Try the cinnamon. It'll change your life. We kept eating for a while, and I thought maybe this would be enough for one night. We'd moved into very safe territory. I could talk about desserts for hours. But then, without warning, he started talking about his life again.
So, my mom works at the university, but I work with a tailor in town.
Oh?
Yeah, I'm very interested in clothes. Well, I am now anyway. Right after Dad died, it was harder to get new things, so I learned to hide the rips in my brother's shirts or let out a hem as they grew. Then Mom had a pile of dresses she was hoping to sell to get some money, and I took 2 pieces and combined them to make something new for her. It wasn't perfect, but I was good enough at it that I could probably get a job. So I read a lot and study what Lawrence does. He's my boss. Every now and then, he'll let me take projects on my own. I guess that's what I'll do down the line.
I smirked. You're definitely one of the more put-together guys in the group. He smiled bashfully.
It's easy when I've got so much to work with. My butler is great, so he's helped me with making sure the fit on everything is impeccable. I don't think he appreciates all my pairings, but I want to look like a gentleman while still looking like myself, if that makes any sense.
I nodded enthusiastically as I swallowed a bit of cake. Do you know how hard it is when you love jeans but you're a princess? He chuckled.
But you balance it so well. I mean, they plaster your outfits across every magazine, so I've seen plenty. Your style is very individual.
You think so? I felt encouraged. Criticism was heavy these days, and that one scrap of praise was like water in the desert.
Definitely, he gushed. I mean, you dress like a princess, but then kind of not. I wouldn't be surprised if you were actually the ringleader of an all-girl mafia.
I spit out my wine all over the table, which made Hale burst into laughter.
I'm so sorry.
I felt my cheeks burning. If Mom saw that, I'd get the worst lecture. Hale wiped the tears from his eyes and leaned forward.
Do they really lecture you? I mean, aren't you basically running the country?
I shrugged. Not really. Dad does most of the work. I just shadow him.
But that's a formality at this point, right?
How do you mean? My words must have come out harsher than I meant, because the laughter in his eyes disappeared instantly.
I'm not trying to insult him or anything, but lots of people say he looks tired. I've heard some people speculate all the time on when you'll be ascending.
I looked down. Did people really talk about Dad being tired?
Hey,
Hale said, grabbing my attention again.
I'm really sorry. I was only trying to talk. I didn't mean to make you upset.
I shook my head. No, you're fine. I'm not sure what got into me. Maybe thinking about doing this without Dad.
It's so funny to hear you call the king Dad.
But that's who he is. I found myself smiling again. Something about the way Hale talked made everything feel calmer, brighter. I liked that.
I know. Okay, so back to you. Besides being the most powerful woman in the world, what do you do for fun?
I ate another piece of cake to hide how big my grin was. It may or may not surprise you that I'm also very into fashion.
Oh, really?
He replied sarcastically. I sketch. A lot, actually. I've tried my hands at the things my parents like as well. I know a bit about photography and I can play the piano a little, but I always come back to my sketchbook. I knew I was smiling. Those pages with their scribbles of colored pencils were one of my safest places in the world.
Could I see them?
What? I crossed my ankles and sat up straighter.
Your sketches. Could I see them sometime?
No one saw my sketches. I only ever showed designs to my maids when I had to, since I didn't do any of the construction. But for everyone I shared, there were a dozen I hid, things I knew I could never wear. I thought about those pieces, each of them stored in my head or on paper, as if keeping them secret was the only way they could possibly be mine. I knew he didn't understand my sudden silence, or why I held tightly to the arms of my chair. Hale asking that question, assuming he was welcome in that world, made me feel like he had somehow seen me, really seen me, and I didn't like it. "Excuse me," I said, standing. "I think I had a little too much wine."
Do you need help?
He asked, standing as well. "No, please stay and enjoy yourself." I moved as quickly as I could.
Your Highness.
"Good night."
Eadlin, wait.
In the hallway, I moved much faster, unable to express my relief when he didn't follow me. Chapter 15. I fully believed my current state was not my fault, not even in the slightest. I knew who to point the finger at, and they were all other Shreves. I blamed Mom and Dad for not being able to get the country under control and forcing me into this situation, and I blamed Aaron for trying to get me to consider these boys in the first place. I was going to be queen, and a queen could be many things, but vulnerable wasn't one of them. Last night's interlude with Hale made me sure of several things. First, I was right about the selection. There was no way I could possibly find a companion under these circumstances, and I considered it miraculous that anyone had in the past. Forced openness with scores of strangers could not be good for one's soul. Second, if I ever did get married, the chances of me having a passionate, enduring love for that person were slim. Love did nothing but break down defenses, and I could not afford that. I already gave so much affection to my family that I knew they were my weakness, Dad and Aaron in particular. It was hard to imagine doing that to myself on purpose. Aaron knew his words could sway me, knew how much I loved him. That was why, above the others, I wanted to throttle him after my date. I went down to breakfast, walking with determined steps as if nothing had changed. I was still in control, and a bunch of silly boys were not going to take over my world. My plan for today was to get back to work. There had been far too many distractions lately, and I needed to focus. Dad talked about me finding someone to help me do my job, but so far, all they were managing to do was make it harder. Aaron and Austin sat next to Mom, and I took my place between Dad and Caden. Even from the opposite side of the table, I could hear Austin chewing. "You all right, sis?" Caden asked, pausing between heaping spoonfuls of oatmeal. "Of course." "You look a little stressed." "You would too, if you were going to run the country." I teased.
Sometimes I think about that,
he said, getting all serious. Like, what if a disease swept over all of Ilya, and you and Mom and Dad and Aaron got sick and died? Then I'd be in charge and have to figure out everything on my own. In my periphery, I saw Dad lean forward, listening to his son.
That's a little morbid, Caden.
Caden shrugged. It's always good to plan ahead. I propped my chin on my hand. So, what would be King Caden's first order of business?
Vaccinations, obviously.
I chuckled. Good call. And after that? He considered. I think I'd try to meet people. Non-sick people. So I could know what they need me to do. It probably looks a little different out there than it does in here. Dad nodded.
That's pretty smart, Caden.
I know. And Caden went back to eating, his imaginary rule at an end. Lucky him. I picked at my food, surreptitiously looking over at Dad. Yes, I'd noticed him looking tired the other night, but that was a one-time thing. Sure, he needed glasses these days, and he had laugh lines surrounding his eyes, but that didn't translate into being worn out. What did Hale know? I peeked around the room. The boys were speaking to one another in hushed tones. I saw Ian chatting with Baden. Burke had spilled something on his tie and was trying to remove it discreetly and failing. My eyes passed over Hale, happy he wasn't looking in my direction at the moment. At the back of the far table, I saw Henry and Kyle. Eric was translating patiently, and based on all three of their expressions, they were having a pretty good conversation. I was engrossed. I tried for a minute to figure out what they were talking about, but to no avail. I sat there staring at Kyle, watching his hands. It was funny to see the way they gestured to others and gripped a fork, when I knew how well they held a pencil for sketching. Or even better, pulled back hair for a kiss. Eventually, Kyle caught me staring and gave me a little nod and a smile. Henry noticed him looking, and he turned in his chair to give me a wave. I bowed my head in acknowledgement, hoping no one noticed my blush. Henry turned back immediately to say something to Eric, who passed it on to Kyle, who raised his eyebrows and nodded. I knew they were talking about me, and I couldn't help but wonder if Kyle had shared certain details of our kiss. Aunt May might be the only person I could spill all the little details of that kiss to without being completely horrified. I'd be lying if I said that moment in the hall hadn't crossed my mind several times since it happened. Aaron stood, kissing Mom on her cheek before he turned to leave. Wait, Aaron, I need to talk to you, I said, standing as well.
See you in a bit, sweetie?
Dad asked, glancing at me. I'll be up shortly, I promise. Aaron held out his arm for me, and we walked together from the room. I could feel how we drew attention. It was like an energy that followed me nearly everywhere I went. I often reveled in that feeling.
What do you want to talk about?
I spoke through my smile. I'll tell you once we're in the hall. His step faltered.
Uh-oh.
When we rounded the corner, I pulled back and whacked him on the shoulder. Ow! I went on a date last night and it was awful, and I blame you personally. Aaron rubbed his arm.
What happened? Was he mean?
No.
Did he?
He lowered his voice.
Did he try to take advantage of you?
No. I crossed my arms.
Was he rude?
I sighed. Not exactly, but it was awkward. He threw both of his arms up in exasperation.
Well, of course it was. If you saw him again, it would be better. That's the point. It takes time to get to know someone.
I don't want him to get to know me. I don't want any of them to get to know me. His face fell into a confused scowl.
I always thought that you were the one person in the world I would understand no matter what. I thought you'd always understand me, too. But you tease me for being in love, and when the opportunity to find someone falls into your lap, you hate it.
I pointed a finger at his chest.
Wasn't it you who said this made no sense for me? Weren't you looking forward to how I'd make them squirm? I thought you and I both agreed this was a joke. And now, suddenly you're the selection's biggest cheerleader? The hallway was painfully silent. I waited for Aaron to argue with me, or at least to explain. Sorry I let you down. But I think this is about more than a date. You need to figure out why you're so scared. I raised myself to my full height. I'm the next queen of Ilia. I'm scared of nothing. He backed away. Keep saying that, Edelin. See if it fixes the problem. Aaron didn't get too far down the hall, though. Josie had friends over this morning, and the whole lot of them basically melted at the sight of his face. I recognized one of them from the day in the garden, and only remembered her because she had addressed me correctly. I watched as they gave shy grins and ducked their heads. Aaron, to his credit, was polite as always.
Josie has said your mastery of literature is very impressive,
one of the girls said. Aaron looked away. She's exaggerating. I do love to read, and I write a little, but nothing worth sharing. Another girl stepped forward.
I doubt that's true. I bet our tutor would be happy to have you come teach us sometime. I'd love to hear your thoughts on a few of the books we've been reading.
Josie clasped her hands together.
Oh, yes, please, Aaron. Won't you come teach us?
Her friends giggled at her casually using his first name, a habit from growing up beside him. I'm afraid I have far too much to do at the present. Perhaps another time. You ladies have a wonderful day. He bowed kindly and continued down the hall, and the girls didn't even wait until he was out of earshot to start giggling like idiots.
He's so handsome,
one said, ready to burst with adoration. Josie sighed.
I know. He's so sweet to me, too. We took a walk together the other day, and he was saying that he thinks I'm one of the prettiest girls he's ever met.
I couldn't take it anymore. I barged past them, not slowing down. You're too young for him, and he has a girlfriend, Josie. Let it go. I rounded up the stairs to go to the office. I knew I'd feel better once I did something manageable, something I could check off a list.
See,
Josie said, not bothering to lower her voice.
I told you she was awful.
Chapter 16. Work didn't make me feel better. I was still very unsettled about last night with Hale, and anytime Aaron and I fought, it was like I lost my equilibrium. The whole planet was off its axis. Adding Josie's ridiculous comments to the mix was the cherry on top. My head was swarming with other people's words and my own questions, and I was positive the day was going to end up being a waste. You know, Dad said, peeking up from his work. I got distracted early on, too. It gets easier to manage as the group gets smaller. I smiled. Fine. Let him think I had a crush. Sorry, Dad. Not at all. Do you need me to cover your work for you today? Take the afternoon off? I straightened my papers. No, that's not happening. I'm perfectly capable. I wasn't doubting you, love. I've already taken so much time away from work for this. I don't want to neglect my duties. I'm fine. I didn't mean to sound so snippy with him. All right. He adjusted his glasses and started reading again. I tried to do the same. What did Aaron mean? It was more than the date that upset me. I knew why I was mad. And since when had I given him a hard time about Camille? Sure, I didn't talk to her very much, but that was because we didn't have a lot in common. I didn't dislike the girl. I shook my head, focusing on the papers. It would be fine if you needed to clear your head, Dad offered again. You could go spend some time with one of the selected and come back after lunch. Besides, you'll want to have something to talk about on the report. I felt a flurry of emotions.
trying to figure out how I would discuss how exposed I'd felt after my date with Hale, or how stunned I felt after my kiss with Kyle. Trying to balance the conflicting feelings around those two moments was dizzying without adding anything else. I went on a date last night, Dad. Isn't that enough? He swallowed as he thought.
Eventually, you need to start alerting us when you have dates. A few pictures from some of them would be good for everyone, and I think you need at least one more date before Friday.
Really? I whined.
Do something you enjoy. You're treating it like work.
That's because it is, I protested with an incredulous laugh.
It can be fun, Edelin. Give it a chance.
He looked at me over his glasses, almost like he was daring me. Fine, 1 date. That's all you get, old man, I teased. He chuckled.
Old man is right.
Dad went back to his papers, satisfied. I sat there, peeking furtively at him from my desk. He stretched often, rubbing the back of his neck, and even though there weren't any urgent tasks today, he ran his hands through his hair as if he was troubled. Now that Hale had put it in my head, I was going to be watching him often. I decided to make Baden my next target. Maybe Aunt May knew something, because Baden didn't come in brashly, or conversely like he was trying to hide. When someone else stole a moment that should have been solely his at the tea party, he didn't make a fuss. And when I approached him for time alone, he turned the focus back to me.
You play the piano, right?
Baden asked when I invited him on a date. I do. Not as well as my mother, but I'm pretty proficient.
I'll play the guitar. Maybe we could make some music.
It wasn't anything I would have thought of. Perhaps music would mean less talking, though, and I was all up for that. Sure, I'll secure the women's room for us.
Am I even allowed in there?
He asked skeptically. When you're with me, yes, and I'll make sure it's empty. My favorite piano in the palace is there. Do you need a guitar? He smirked.
Nah, I brought my own.
Baden ran a hand over his cropped hair, seeming very relaxed. I was still attempting to come across as distant and impenetrable, but I could tell there were a handful of guys who weren't bothered by my attitude at all, and Baden was one of them.
What are the chances of the room being empty now?
He asked. I smiled at his enthusiasm. High, actually, but I have work to do. He bent down, his eyes devilish.
But don't you always have work to do? I bet you could stay up till 3 in the morning if you had to.
True, but...
And it'll all still be there when you get back.
I clasped my hands and considered it. I'm really not supposed to. He started chanting slowly.
Skip it, skip it, skip it.
My lips were pressed together, trying to hide my smile. Really, I ought to tell someone. I was going to have yet another undocumented date. But maybe I deserved one more. Next week, I bargained with myself. After this report, I'll worry about the cameras. Go get your guitar, I said, caving.
2 minutes.
He bolted down the hall, and I shook my head. I hoped he wouldn't tell everyone I was an utter pushover. I walked to the women's room, expecting to find it empty. Except for Miss Marley sitting alone in a corner reading, I was right. Your Highness, she greeted. It was one of those funny things. Plenty of people called me that, but when Mom's friends said it, they might as well have been calling me pumpkin or kiddo or baby. I didn't mind it, but it was always kind of strange. Where's Mom? She closed her book. Migraine. I went to see her and she made me leave. Any sound was excruciating. Oh, I was supposed to be having a date right now, but maybe I should go check on her. No, she insisted.
She needed rest, and both your parents would be pleased for you to have a date.
I considered. If she was really feeling that bad, maybe it would be better to wait. All right. Well, would it be okay if I used the room? Baden and I are going to make music. I squinted. I mean that literally, by the way. She giggled and stood.
That's no problem at all.
Is it weird for you? I asked suddenly. That Kyle is part of this? That you know I'm about to go on a date with someone who isn't him? Is it, okay?
It was quite a shock to see you two on the front page of every paper, she said,
shaking her head like she couldn't fathom how it had happened. Then she came close, as if we were trying to keep a secret.
But you forget, your parents aren't the only ones here who've been through a selection.
I felt like a downright idiot. Why hadn't I thought of that?
I remember watching your father scramble to find time for everyone, trying to please those around him, while searching for someone who'd be a good partner. And it's even harder for you, because it's bigger than that. You're making history while trying to divert attention. Saying it's tough is an understatement.
True, I admitted, my shoulders sagging under the weight of it all.
I don't know how you and Kyle ended up, in that position, but I'd be surprised if he made it to the top of your list. All the same, I'm thankful to you.
I was taken aback. Why? I haven't done anything.
You have, she contradicted. You're giving your parents time, which is very generous of you. But you're giving me time, too. I'm not sure how much longer I can keep him here.
A knock came at the door. I turned. That'll be Baden. She placed a hand on my shoulder. You stay put. I'll let him in.
Oh,
Baden exclaimed when Miss Marley opened the door for him. She chuckled.
Don't worry, I'm on my way out. She's waiting for you.
Baden looked past her to find me, smiling the entire time. He looked so triumphant, so pleased to be alone together.
Is that it?
He asked, pointing just behind me. I spun, taking in the piano. Yes, the tone on this one is wonderful, and this room has great acoustics. He followed me, and I could hear his guitar case bump into his leg or a couch as he navigated through the maze of seats. Without asking, he found an armless chair and pulled it up beside the piano. I trilled my fingers over the keys, doing a quick scale. Baden tuned his guitar, which was dark and worn.
How long have you been playing?
As long as I can remember. I think Mom sat me down next to her as a toddler, and I just went along with whatever she did.
People have always said your mother was a fantastic musician. I think I heard her play on TV once, for a Christmas program or something.
She always plays a lot at Christmas time.
Her favorite time of the year?
He guessed. In a way, sure. But in others, no. And she usually plays when she's worried or sad.
How do you mean?
He tightened a string, finishing his preparations. Oh, you know, I hedged. Holidays can be stressful. I didn't feel right exposing Mom's memories. Losing her father and sister during the same time of year, not to mention a horrific attack that nearly stole my father.
I can't imagine being sad at Christmas time here. If she was poor, I could see why she'd be anxious.
Why? He smiled to himself.
Because it's hard to watch all your friends getting piles of gifts when you don't get any.
Oh. He took the stab at our social differences in stride, not getting mad or calling me a snob, which some might have done. I examined Baden, trying to learn more. The guitar was old, but it was hard to make a call about his financial status while he wore palace-issued clothes. I remembered what Aunt May said about his last name. You're in college, right? I asked. He nodded.
Well, it's on hold for now. Some of my professors were thrown off, but most of them are letting me send assignments back to finish the semester from here.
That's really impressive. He shrugged.
I know what I want, so I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get it.
I gave him a curious smirk. How does the selection fit into that?
Wow, no holding back there.
Again, no anger. He almost treated it as a joke. It's a fair question, I think. I started playing one of the classics Mom had taught me. Baden knew the song and joined in. I'd never considered how it would sound with strings. The music won, and we dropped the conversation. But we didn't stop communicating. He watched my eyes, and I studied his fingers. I'd never played with anyone before other than Mom, and I was engaged in a way I didn't know I could be. We played on, with no more than 2 or 3 missteps across the entire song. Baden was beaming as we finished.
I only know a handful of classics, some Beethoven and Debussy mostly.
You're so talented. I've never imagined songs like that on a guitar.
Thanks.
He was only the slightest bit bashful.
To answer your question, I'm here because I want to get married. I haven't dated much, but when this opportunity came up, I thought it might be worth a try. Am I in love with you? Well, not today. I'd like to know if I could be, though.
Something about his tone made me trust he was being completely transparent. He was trying to find a mate, and I was someone he would never have met if he hadn't put his name in for the drawing.
I'd like to make you a promise, if that's okay.
He offered. What kind of promise? He plucked at a few strings.
A promise about us.
If you're vowing to give me your unwavering devotion, it's still too soon. Baden shook his head.
No, that's not in my plan.
Okay, then. I'm listening. His fingers outlined a slightly familiar melody. Not a classic, but something I knew. I couldn't pinpoint it.
If you found that I wasn't a reasonable choice for you, you'd send me home so you could focus on your other options. What I want to promise you is this. If I can tell that you're not the right one for me, I'll tell you. I don't want either of us to waste our time.
I nodded. I'd appreciate that.
Good,
he said smartly, then began bellowing.
Well, she walks up in the room with that smile, 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 and there's legs that go on for a mile, mile, mile. I search in the room for a little fun.
I laughed, finally recognizing the tune he was playing. It was a Choosing Yesterday song that I sang in the bath more often than I cared to admit.
I can't look away from her face, face, face until she starts dancing to that bass, bass, bass. I can't help it. That girl is #1.
I joined in on the piano, giggling a little too hard to get all the notes right for the chorus. But we both sang along, botching up the melody and having too much fun to care. Oh, she can't be more than 17, but she's all grown up, if you know what I mean. She's the prettiest thing that I've ever seen, yeah. She's my bam, bam, she's my queen. I kept up with Baden through most of the song, even though I really only had experience with classical music. Why are you bothering with college? You should be touring, I cheered.
That's my backup plan. If the Prince thing doesn't pan out?
He was so candid, so real.
Thanks for playing hooky for me.
No problem. I should get back to work, though.
That was the shortest date in history,
he complained. I shrugged. You would have had more time if you waited until tonight. He huffed.
Fine. Lesson learned.
I pulled the cover back over the keys as he placed his guitar in its case. You should take that to the others, I said. I bet they'd get a kick out of trying to play.
What? My guitar? No, no, no. This is my baby.
I watched as he gently petted the shabby case.
If someone broke this, I'd be devastated. My dad got it for me, and it was hard-earned. I'd try to take good care of it.
I'm like that with my tiaras. Baden laughed outright at me. What? He took his time, covering his eyes and shaking his head.
Tiaras, he finally said. You really are a princess, huh?
Did you think the last 18 years were a clever trick?
I like that, you know? That you protect your tiaras like I do my guitar. I like that that's your thing.
I pushed the door open, leading us into the hallway. Good, because they're beautiful. He smiled.
Thanks for spending some time with me.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. There was a pause.
So, do we shake or hug or what?
You may kiss my hand, I replied, extending an arm. He took it.
Until next time.
Baden kissed me quickly, bowed, and headed toward his room. I walked away thinking of how Aunt May would say she told me so as soon as I saw her again. I knew I'd be the focal point of the report. Typically, I didn't mind giving speeches or updates. But tonight was going to be different. 1, this would be the first time I faced the public since the parade. And 2, I knew they'd want to hear about Kyle. I wore red. I felt strong in red. And I pulled my hair up, hoping I'd come across as mature. Aunt May hovered in the background, winking at me, while Mom helped Dad with his tie. I heard one of the boys yelp and turned to see Alex holding something sharp in his hand. He was rubbing his backside like he'd sat on it. I hunted, finding Austin in a corner trying desperately not to laugh aloud. With all the company, the room felt crowded, adding to my discomfort, which was why I jumped when someone called my name, even though it was hardly above a whisper.
I'm sorry, Your Highness, Eric said.
No, I'm just a little on edge. How can I help you?
I hate to bother you, but I wasn't sure who to ask. Where is it most convenient for me to sit so I can translate for Henry?
I shook my head. How rude. I didn't even think about that. Here, follow me. I escorted Eric to the stage manager, and we placed Henry in the back row of the stadium-style chairs. Eric was given a seat behind him that was low enough so he wouldn't be seen, but close enough that Henry would be able to hear him. I stayed by them until they were settled. Henry gave a thumbs up, and Eric turned to thank me.
I'll make sure to go to the stage manager next time, so I won't bother you. I apologize.
It's fine, really. I want you to be comfortable. The both of you. Eric bowed his head and smiled shyly.
You don't need to worry about my comfort, Your Highness. I'm no suitor.
Eadlin, where are you? Mom called. I turned from Eric, running around to the front. Here, Mom. She placed a hand on her heart like it had been racing.
I couldn't find you. I thought maybe you were backing out on us,
she said quietly as I approached. Calm down, Mom, I replied, grabbing her hand. I'm not perfect, but I'm no coward. Tonight's report centered around the women. Mom gave an update on province-run aid systems, encouraging others to follow the example set by 3 northern provinces that were helping the homeless by donating food, as well as free classes on topics like managing finances and interviewing skills. Lady Bryce spoke about a drilling proposal that would affect a large chunk of central Ilia. It would benefit the country as a whole, but those 6 provinces would have to approve it by a vote first. And then, of course, all eyes went to the boys. Gavril stepped onto the stage, looking as dashing as ever, and I could see a bit of a spring in his step. This was the 5th selection Ilia had witnessed, and he had overseen 3 of them, We all knew he'd find a replacement once this was over, but he seemed so pleased that this would be his final role for the royal family.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we will be dedicating a lot of airtime to the charming young men of the selection. For now, how about we say hello to a few of them?
Gavril strode across the floor, looking for someone in particular. I wondered if he was having as hard a time memorizing their names as I was.
Sir Harrison,
he began, stopping in front of a sweet-faced boy with dirty blonde hair and dimples.
A pleasure, Harrison greeted.
How are you enjoying the palace?
He beamed. It's beautiful here. I've always wanted to come up to Angelus, so that alone has been a real treat.
Any challenges so far?
Gavril prodded.
Harrison shrugged. I was worried that it would be all-out fistfights from dawn till dusk, with the princess on the line,
he said, gesturing over to me. I instantly arranged a smile on my face, knowing a camera would zoom in on me at any second.
But the other guys have been great.
Gavril slid the microphone to the boy next to him.
What about you? And can you remind us of your name?
It's Fox Wesley,
he answered. Fox had a bit of a tan, but unlike me, I could see that he wasn't born with it. He must spend a lot of time outside.
Honestly, and I hope I'm not alone here, so far the biggest challenge is mealtimes. They set out at least a dozen forks for each of us.
A few people chuckled, and Gavril nodded.
You have to wonder where we could possibly store so much cutlery.
It's crazy,
mumbled the boy behind Fox.
Oh, Sir Ivan, yes?
Gavril stretched to put the mic in front of him.
Yes, sir. Happy to meet you.
And you as well. How are you managing at mealtimes?
Ivan held both hands in front of him, as if this was very serious.
My current approach is using one fork for each bite, and then making a pile of them in the middle of the table. It's working so far.
The room laughed even more at Ivan's ridiculous answer, and Gavril stepped away from the group, turning to the cameras.
Clearly, we have an extremely entertaining pool of candidates here. So, why don't we take a moment to speak with a young lady who somehow has to narrow it down to only one? Ladies and gentlemen, Her Royal Highness Princess Edelyn Shreve.
Go get him,
Aaron whispered, as I pushed myself out of my seat and crossed the floor, embracing dear Gavril.
Always nice to see you, Your Highness,
he said, as I sat in the chair opposite him center stage. And you, Gavril?
So, here we are, 1 week into the first ever female-led selection. How would you say it's going?
I gave an award-winning smile. I think it's going well. Of course, I still have work to do each day, so we're off to a fairly slow start. Gavril glanced back over his shoulder.
Judging by the thinning crowd, I wouldn't say it's that slow.
Batting my eyes, I giggled. Yes, about a third of the gentlemen invited to the palace have been eliminated. I have to trust my gut, and between our initial meetings and the information I've been given, I feel very confident about my choices. Gavril inclined his head.
It sounds like you're using more of your head than your heart at the moment.
I fought the blush. I couldn't tell how well I'd done, but I refused to touch my face to check. Would you suggest I fall in love with 35 young men at once? He raised his eyebrows.
Well, when you put it that way.
Exactly. I only have one heart and I'm saving it. I heard sighs around the room, and I felt I'd gotten away with something. How many more lines could I dream up over the following months to keep everyone entertained and at bay? Then I realized I hadn't planned those words. I really felt them, and they escaped under pressure.
It seems you may have let your heart lead the way, at least once, he said knowingly. I have a picture to prove it.
I watched as a huge picture of me and Kyle was displayed, and the room erupted with hoots and claps.
Could we get him down here for a moment? Where's Sir Kyle?
He hopped up from his place and sat on a chair next to me.
Now, this is a very unique position for me, Gavril began, because I've known both of you your entire lives.
Kyle laughed.
I was thinking about this the other day. My mom said I crawled on set once as a baby, and you held me for the closing of the report.
Gavril's eyes widened.
That's true. I'd forgotten all about that.
I looked at Kyle, giggling at this new story. That must have happened before I was born.
So, from the pictures, it looks like perhaps a childhood friendship is growing into something more.
Kyle stared at me, and I shook my head. No way was I going first on this. He finally caved.
Honestly, I don't think either of us ever thought about the other as a possibility until we were forced to.
Our families laughed boisterously. Although, if he had gotten a haircut years ago, I might have considered it, I teased. Gavril shook his head at us.
Everyone is dying to know. How was this infamous kiss?
I knew it was coming, but I was mortified. This was much worse than I imagined it would be, having my private life on display. Mercifully, Kyle addressed it.
I think I can speak for both of us when I say it was a surprise. And while it was special, I don't think we're going to put too much stock in it. I mean, I've been spending time with these other guys, and so many of them would make a wonderful prince. Really? And would you agree with that, Princess? Have you had one-on-one time with anyone else this week?
It felt like Gavril's words were on a delay. I didn't hear them until I'd processed everything Kyle had just said. Did he mean that? Did he not feel anything at all? Or was he only saying that to maintain some level of privacy? I snapped back into the moment and nodded enthusiastically. Yes, a few. Gavril eyed me. And they were very nice. I wasn't really in the mood for this in the first place, and Kyle had made me doubt sharing anything at all.
Gavril said, turning to the group of the selected. Maybe we'll get some more information out of the gentleman in question. Sir Kyle, you may head back to your seat. Now, who were the lucky men?
Baden raised his hand, followed by Hale.
Come on down, gentlemen.
Gavril started applauding, and the room joined in as Hale and Baden approached, and yet another chair was brought in. I considered myself pretty intelligent, but I could not think of a way to beg them to keep their mouths shut without actually using words. Only then did I realize how easily Kyle managed to do just that. I supposed there was something to be said for knowing each other forever.
Now, what's your name again, sir?
Gavril asked.
Hale Garner.
He pressed down his tie, though it was already in place.
Oh, yes. So, what can you tell us about your date with the princess?
Hale gave me a shy smile, then turned back to Gavril.
Well, I can tell you that our princess is as smart and gracious as I always believed she was. And that we do have a few things in common. We're both the oldest children in our families, and it was fun to talk about my work as a tailor with such a well-dressed young lady. I mean, she looks like $1,000,000.
I ducked my head, trying to take the compliment playfully while staying on my toes.
But beyond that, I hope you'll forgive me if I keep most of the details to myself,
Hale added. Gavril made a face.
You're not going to tell us anything?
Well, dating and falling in love are typically private things. It's kind of weird to talk about at this stage.
Perhaps we'll get more out of the next gentleman,
Gavril said impishly to the cameras.
Remind us of your name again.
Baden Trains. And what did you and the princess do? We played music. Princess Edlin is as talented as her mother.
I heard Mom's awe in the background.
And she's a lovely dancer, even when she's sitting down. Just so everyone knows, the princess is very up-to-date on current music.
Baden laughed, and a few people joined in.
And?
Gavril pressed.
And I kissed her hand, and I'm hoping for more kisses in the future.
I wanted to die. For some reason, Baden's request for a kiss was much more embarrassing than talking about one that had already happened with Kyle. The room made encouraging noises again, and I could see Gavril was trying to milk this. Unfortunately for him, there really weren't any more juicy details. Kyle was the only one with anything remotely shocking to share, and that had already been soaked up. "You look so disappointed, Gavril," I remarked quickly. He made a little pout.
I'm simply excited for you, Your Highness, and want to know everything that's happening. And if we could ask our millions of viewers, I'm sure they'd agree.
Well, don't worry. You and all of Ilia will be happy to know that tomorrow I will be hosting a small party for the selected and members of the palace household. Cameras will be there for the entire event, so everyone will get to peek inside the selection process. The room burst into applause again. I could see Josie practically floating out of her chair. She was so excited. Gavril sent Hale and Baden back to their seats with the others before launching into questions again.
What kind of party can we expect tomorrow, Your Highness?
We'll be out in the gardens, enjoying the sun and spending time getting to know one another.
That sounds like a wonderful plan. Very relaxing.
Well, it will be, except for one tiny detail, I added, pinching my fingers in the air.
And what is that?
After the party, there will be an elimination. Murmurs filled the room, and I knew, regardless of how the public felt about me, meeting the boys tonight would make them curious about who stayed and who left. I continued, hushing the crowd with my words. It could be one person, it could be 3. I don't know. So, gentlemen, I said, turning back to the selected. Come prepared.
I can't wait to see how this all turns out, and I'm positive it will be a wonderful event. Now, one final question before we call it a night.
I sat up taller. Go for it.
What are you looking for in a husband?
What was I looking for? My independence, peace, freedom, a happiness I thought I had until Aaron questioned it. I shrugged. I'm not sure anyone knows what they're looking for until they find it. Chapter 17. How did Josie get her hands on another one of my tiaras? I'd just about had it with her. She was going to parade around in front of the cameras, in her best dress and my tiara, pretending she was royal for the millionth time in her life. I made eye contact and smiled at people as I passed, but I didn't stop to talk to anyone until I found Kyle. He was standing with Henry again, sipping iced tea and watching a game of badminton. Henry bowed right away. "Hello today, Your Highness," he said, his accent making the words sound brighter. "Hello, Henry. Kyle."
Hi, Edlin.
I might have been imagining there was something different about Kyle's voice, but for maybe the first time ever, I wanted to hear him speak. I shook my head, focusing. "Kyle, could you please go talk to your sister?" The contentment in his eyes quickly turned to frustration.
Why, what'd she do this time?
She's taken yet another one of my tiaras.
Don't you have, 1,000 of those?
I huffed. That's hardly the point. It's mine and she shouldn't be wearing it. When she walks around like that, she gives the impression that she's royal when she's not. It's inappropriate. Could you please talk to her about her behavior?
When did I become the person who did all these favors for you?
My eyes darted over to Henry and Eric, who didn't know about the arrangement behind our kiss. They didn't seem to catch on. Please? I asked in a hushed voice. His eyes softened, and I saw a little of the person he showed me in his room. Someone sweet and engaging.
Fine. But Josie just likes attention. I don't think she's doing it to be mean.
Thank you.
I'm going. Be right back.
He stomped off as Eric conveyed what was happening to Henry. Henry cleared his throat before speaking, his words ending on strange pitches.
How are you today, Your Highness?
I wasn't completely sure if I should try to go through Eric or not. I went with Henry. Very good, you?
Good, good,
he replied cheerfully.
To enjoy,
He turned and conveyed the rest of his comment to Eric.
He thinks the party is great, and he likes the company.
I wasn't sure if he meant Kyle or me, but either way, it was nice of him to say. So, when did you move over from Swendway? Henry was nodding his head, as if to confirm he was from Swendway, but not actually answering the question. Eric whispered over to him quickly, and Henry gave him a lengthy reply that was translated for me.
Henry immigrated to Ilia last year when he was 17. He comes from a family of cooks, which is what he does back home. They make food from their homeland and generally interact with others who also come from Swendway and only speak Finnish. He has a younger sister who is working very hard on her English, but it's a difficult language.
Wow, that was a lot to keep up with, I said to Eric. He waved his hand.
I try.
I could guess how hard Eric's work was, but I appreciated his modesty. I turned to Henry. We'll have to spend some time together soon, where we can talk easier. Eric passed that on to Henry, who nodded vigorously.
Yes, yes,
I giggled. Until then. The lawn was full of the selected. General Ledger had Miss Lucy on his arm as he spoke with a handful of boys by a fountain, and Dad was making his rounds, occasionally clapping someone on the back and saying hello before whisking off again. Mom was sitting in a chair under a parasol, and I wasn't sure if it was charming or unsettling that several of the selected were buzzing around her. It was a delightful party. People were playing games, there was lots of food, and a string quartet was performing under a canopy. The camera zoomed around, capturing it all, and I hoped this would be enough to calm the people. I had no idea whether Dad was closer to having a plan for how to soothe the country permanently. In the meantime, I had to find a way to eliminate at least one person after today, and have a good enough reason to make it seem believable. Kyle sneaked up on me.
Here you go.
He held my tiara in his hands. I can't believe she gave it up.
It took some convincing, but I reminded her that if she made a scene at this event, Mom probably wouldn't let her come to another one. That was enough to get her to take it off. So here.
I can't take it, I said, keeping my hands together.
But you just asked for it,
he complained. I don't want it on her, but I also can't carry it around. I have things to do. He shifted his weight, clearly vexed. It was kind of nice to be on this side of the irritating.
So what? I have to hold on to it for the rest of the day?
Not the whole day, just until we go inside, and then I can take it. Kyle shook his head.
You're really unbelievable.
Hush, go enjoy the party. But first, wait. We have to take off this tie. He looked down as I started tugging.
What's wrong with my tie?
Everything, I said. Everything in the universe is wrong with this tie. I bet we could find world peace if we burned it. I got it unknotted and wrapped it up in my hand.
That's so much better.
I placed the wadded fabric in his palm, grabbed the tiara from his other hand, and placed it on his head.
That really works with your hair.
He smirked, his eyes staring into mine with amusement.
So, since you don't want your tiara now, maybe I could give it back to you tonight? I could come by your room, if you like.
Kyle bit his lip, and all I could think about was how soft they were. I swallowed, understanding the unspoken question. That would be fine, I answered, fighting a blush. Maybe around 9?
9.
Kyle nodded and backed away. So he was just being discreet on the report. I furrowed my brow in thought. Or maybe he was simply planning to pass his time kissing me. Or maybe he'd been deeply in love with me since he was 7, and was only now finding the courage to stop teasing me and say so. Or maybe... Ian walked up and laced his arm through mine. "Oh," I gasped.
"You look upset. Whatever that little boy said to upset you, don't give it another thought."
"Sir Ian," I greeted, impressed with how calm he was around me. "How can I help you?"
"By taking a walk with me, of course. I still haven't gotten a chance to speak with you, just the two of us."
Ian's caramel-colored hair looked almost golden in the sun, and while he didn't have the same cutting-edge style Hale did, he looked smarter in his suit than most of the others. Some men simply didn't look good in them. "Well, you have me alone now. What would you like to talk about?" He smirked.
"Mostly, I'm curious about you. I've always thought of you as very independent, so I was surprised that you would start looking for a husband so young. Based on seeing you on the report and all the specials on your family, I thought you'd take your time."
He knew. He was so calm in his assessment. I was sure he knew this was all for show. "It's true. I'd planned to wait, but my parents are so blissfully in love, I thought this might be worth trying." Ian examined me.
"Do you feel like any one of these candidates truly has what it takes to be your partner?"
I raised my eyebrows. "Do you think so little of yourself?" He stopped walking and we faced each other.
"No, but I think very highly of you, and I can't see you deigning to settle before you've really lived."
It seemed impossible that a stranger could see so much, especially considering the lengths I took to guard my thoughts and feelings. How closely had Ian been watching me all these years? "People can change," I replied vaguely. He nodded.
"They can, I suppose. But if you ever find yourself feeling lost in this competition, I'd be happy to help you in any way I could."
"And how exactly would you help me?" Ian gently escorted me back toward the crowd.
"I think that's a conversation for another day, but know that I am here for you, Your Highness."
He stared deep into my eyes, as if he thought that all my secrets would spill out if he held my gaze long enough. I found myself needing to take some deep breaths once we finally broke eye contact.
"It's a lovely day."
I looked up, and one of the selected was standing there. I was completely blanking on his name. "Yes, it is. Are you having a good time?" Oh, please, what was his name?
"I am."
He had a very friendly face and a pleasant warmth to his voice.
"I just won a round of croquet. Do you play?"
"A little. How was I going to figure this out?" "Do you play a lot back home?"
"Nah, not really. Up in White's, it's mostly winter sports."
"White's?"
"Nope, still didn't have it."
"If I'm honest, I'm a bit more of an indoor girl."
"Well, then you'd love White's,"
he said with a laugh.
"I only get out when I have to."
"Excuse me?"
White's boy and I turned to the newcomer. This one I knew.
I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I was hoping I could steal you away for a moment.
Certainly, Holden. I took his arm. Nice talking to you, I said to White's boy, who looked a bit forlorn.
I hope that wasn't too rude of me,
Holden said as we wandered away. Not at all. We moved slowly, and he seemed comfortable, like he'd walked with a princess dozens of times.
I don't want to keep you. I only wanted to tell you that I admired the way you cut people last week.
I was taken aback.
Really? Absolutely. I admire a woman who knows what she wants, and I like that you're assertive. My mother is the head of a lab back in Bankston. I know how hard it is to run something that small, so the pressure you must be under is hard for me to imagine. But you do it well, and I like that. I just wanted you to know.
I stepped back. Thank you, Holden. He nodded, and I walked away, lost in thought. This entire situation only confirmed what I knew to be true. If I came in sweet and gentle, no one would take me seriously. If I had kindly tapped people on the shoulder and hugged them on their way out, would Holden have admired me less? The whole thing was, oh! I fell to the side, only missing the ground because of a pair of steady arms.
Your Highness!
Hale clutched my arms, helping to pull me up. I'm so sorry, I didn't see you. I heard the click of a camera nearby and pushed my cheeks up into a smile. Laugh, I said through my teeth.
Huh?
Help me up and laugh it off, I giggled, and after a moment, Hale gave a few chuckles.
What was that about?
He kept the smile on his face. I straightened my dress as I explained. The camera crews are watching. He glanced to the side. Don't, I urged, and he faced me again.
Yikes. Are you always on the lookout like that?
This time my laugh was genuine. Basically. His smile faded.
Is that why you ran away the other night?
My face became serious as well. I'm sorry. I wasn't feeling well.
First you run, and then you lie.
He shook his head, disappointed. No.
Edelyn?
He whispered.
That wasn't easy for me. I don't like talking about my dad dying or my mom having a hard time keeping a job, or my family losing our status. That was difficult for me to share. And when we started really talking about you left me.
That prickling, naked feeling came over me again. I sincerely apologize, Hale. He studied my face.
I don't think you mean that.
I swallowed, nervous.
But I like you all the same.
I looked up at him, mesmerized by that possibility.
When you're ready to talk, to really talk, I'll be here. Unless, of course, you come in and ninja eliminate me like you did those other guys.
I laughed awkwardly. I don't think that'll happen again.
I hope not.
Hale stared, and I didn't like that his eyes felt like they could dig several layers beneath my skin.
Glad your dress didn't get stained. Would have been a pity.
He went to leave, but I grabbed his arm. Hey, thank you for being reserved on the report. He grinned.
Something every day, remember?